Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. Looks like it's not working again. Looks like it's going to be a small one today. Yeah, Benny, he's so, I don't know, it's weird. He's a weird dog. He'll come, like, you're petting the other dog and he growls. And then you walk away and he jumps up, pet me, pet me! And as soon as you try to pet him, he runs away. Like, he does that to everybody. It's so strange. You know? Sometimes he'll let you pick him, he'll be like, like, I don't know. I always wonder if the people who bred him were a little bit mean to him or something. I don't know, but Clancy's pretty good. Hello. Yeah, somebody sent me an email about, hey, Bundy was in WSU, so I looked something up. I mean, I don't think he was a student there or anything. And I found this name of, I think her name is, well, I guess we'll see it when we get to the article. It's not popping into my head, unfortunately. But there was a bombing today also in Palm Springs at a fertility clinic. Pretty crazy. I don't know what the hell that is. Let's see. At least, I don't think that's related right there. At least one person was killed in an explosion Saturday morning near a fertility clinic in Palm Springs. The authorities are calling an intentional act of terrorism. Palm Springs city officials said in a Facebook post that the blast occurred just before 11 a.m. local time at North Indian Canyon Drive near East Takeva Drive. I actually have the address of the place. 4 other people were injured in the explosion, none of which are believed to be staff members of the clinic. In a statement, Palm Springs police chief Andy Mills disclosed that one person was killed in a vehicle explosion that appeared to be an intentional act of violence. I mean, they've got to have surveillance footage, you would think, of the car pulling up and then exploding. But I mean, it's a pretty big deal. He said that the blast field extended several blocks and severely damaged some nearby buildings. Yeah, so it looks like it's like right there. I have the area on the map over here. Let's see. And all there are hellos in the chat. God, it's crazy. So it looks like the explosion is right here. Right on that building right there. Terrorism came knocking on the door of Palm Springs, Mills said, of the incident during a press conference. Maybe we have that. Let's see. Hold on. At Palm Springs. All right.
A fertility clinic in Palm Springs.
Investigators say it happened around
Palm Springs PD, the Palm Springs Fire Department, and other agencies, including the ATF, Riverside County Sheriff's Department, Desert Hot Springs Police Department, Cathedral City Police Department, as well as the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, all responded to this incident. The FBI, which has an office nearby, responded with approximately 6 agents initially. Currently, one person who was near the vehicle is deceased, but at least 4 people are injured. I'd like to offer our best wishes to those injured and hopefully for a quick recovery. After my remarks, Chief Mills will provide a status on the injuries, as well as community safety and other road closure precautions. This explosion was significant, covering several blocks north, south, east, and west of the 1300 block of Indian Canyon. Roads are closed as there is wide debris field over 250 yards. The FBI's evidence response team is on scene right now, processing evidence, and will be here for a significant amount of time. Our bomb technicians are working with the post-blast scene as well to determine the origins of the blast. We are working to confirm the identity of the deceased, and we will provide that to you as soon as we can, but we are keeping that close hold in order to protect the integrity of the investigation. Make no mistake, this is an intentional act of terrorism. The FBI is investigating it as such. Our Joint Terrorism Task Force is here, working in lockstep with the Palm Springs Police Department, the ATF, and a whole host of agencies that I've already mentioned. If anyone has information regarding this incident, I urge them to call 1-800-CALL-FBI for any tips that might assist us in our investigation. Now I'd like to turn it over to Palm Springs Police Chief Andy Mills. Can you state your name again, please, and your title? Yes, Akil Davis, Assistant Director.
Yeah, let's all hit the like button, please. And also, if you're here, if you, again, like I always say on every show, if you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be great. We got the coffees, we got the super chats. Alley Cake tried to do a wave up there. Not one person followed it. So don't leave Alley Cake hanging up there.
Director in charge, FBI Los Angeles. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Mills, M-I-L-L-S, Police Chief in Palm Springs. And I'm with me today is our Mayor Pro Tem, Naomi Soto, this side, as well as council members David Reddy, Jeffrey Bernstein, and Grace Garner, and our city manager, Scott Stiles. I'm really saddened by today's attack on our city, but I'm also hopeful because this city will rise, and this city is resilient and will be strong as a result of this. I'm also extraordinarily grateful for my partners at the FBI who were here almost immediately. I called Assistant Director Davis, and he happened to be in town, and he came over here leaving his other appointment to make sure that we had every resource we need. I can't thank you enough, Assistant Director Davis. I'm also grateful for every other agency in the region here. Desert Hot Springs, Cathedral City, and the Sheriff's Office all sent officers immediately to help us, and as well as the fire department, who was on scene shortly after the blast. We have a rapidly evolving investigation with a massive crime scene. Our first priority was to ensure the safety of our community, and we were very concerned about secondary devices, and so we spent a lot of time and effort working with the Bureau as well as the Sheriff's Office, clearing the entire neighborhood, making sure that there was nothing that could harm our citizens any further. But now the real labor starts. With the FBI's field evidence response team as well as our detectives, this is going to take a great deal of time for us to process this scene. And I need to just communicate two things with our community. One, please be patient. There are blocks of debris, and it'll take a meticulous effort to make sure that we get every piece of evidence so we understand very thoroughly what happened, and so people are going to need to be patient with us. And the second thing is, if they find pieces of evidence in their yards or in their homes or in their side of their homes, please leave it there where it is. Give us a call, the non-emergency number, and we will do what we can to come and get it as quickly as possible. I also want to make sure that our community understands this is an isolated incident. I am confident that the community is not at risk any longer. So we will continue to process our investigation. We are moving as rapidly as possible at multiple locations, and we are doing everything we can to make sure we understand the why as well as what happened. Finally, for me, terrorism came knocking on the door of Palm Springs. We survived. And I can tell you that this city will rise and be more effective as a beacon of hope than before. And I'm going to turn it over to Fire Chief Paul Alvarado.
Thank you, Chief. I'm Paul Alvarado, A-L-V-A-R-A-D-O, Palm Springs Fire Chief. I first want to acknowledge the horrific incident that our community and city went through this morning. And I want to assure you that the Palm Springs Fire Department arrived swiftly. Our first fire engine arrived in under 1 minute to find a well-involved building that's impacted by structural collapse. Our firefighters extinguished the majority of the fire before having to back out because of the collapse issues. We're working closely with our public safety partners to ensure the community remains safe, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. This is still under investigation, and I can't make that conclusion at this time.
So it's possible the suspect is not either dead or in custody?
I'll let our law enforcement partners speak more to that, but I cannot comment on that.
That's what I was wondering.
Folks,
If the body was
the end of this press conference. We'll
perpetrator.
Get some questions. We got 2 more speakers, and then we'll get to some questions.
I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Naomi Soto.
Good afternoon. My name's Naomi Soto. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem here in the city of Palm Springs. This morning is a terrible tragedy. We have 1 person killed, several others who have been hurt, and our heart goes out to everyone who has been impacted and their families. I want to acknowledge that the building that was damaged is a fertility clinic, and this is a place of hope. This is a building that people go to start or expand their families. We acknowledge their pain and concern across the community. For the ARC patients and staff, this is a building where hope lives, and we are confident it will continue afterward, as their meaningful work must continue. I also want to thank our first responders who ran towards the scene immediately and without delay. They responded and ran towards an unknown danger. Thank you to our brave fire department and our police department, and thank you to Police Chief Andrew Mills and Fire Chief Paul Alvarado for their leadership today during this tragedy. And I also want to thank out to all the different offices who have reached out to offer their support and resources, including Governor Gavin Newsom, Senator Alex Padilla, Congressman Ken Calvert, Senator Rosalie Ochoa-Bo, Assemblyman Greg Wallace, and all of our staff across so many departments who have stepped up today including our council members and our city manager, Scott Stiles. It's been a hard day. There are several more hard days of work, but as the police chief mentioned, we need our community's patience as we move forward these next few days. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to open it to just a few questions. Sir.
Oh, they got the FBI there.
Understood. It's a very good question, and I'm sure you guys will want those answers, and we will provide them for you as soon as we can. At this moment, this is what I'm willing to say regarding that. This is an ongoing investigation. We're not prepared to comment on that at this moment. We're not prepared to provide any additional comments on the relationship between the decedent and our person of interest.
Why would you be certain that there is no threat to the public that right now at risk?
We have an ongoing investigation, and further comments will compromise that investigation.
Yeah, but you already said that.
We believe so, yes.
And you mentioned terrorism. Is this domestic terrorism?
I'm going to say this again. This was an intentional act of terrorism. As our investigation will unfold, we will determine if it's an international terrorism or domestic terrorism. No matter which one, the Joint Terrorism Task Force is the lead on this, and we will find that out.
It's kind of a
I
weird
can't say
place
much about
to
that right
bomb.
now because it's ongoing.
Based on your experience, Palm Springs the only place the investigation can happen in the car.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you ask that again?
Based on your experience, what would be the amount of explosives that you can fit in a car to create this much damage blocks around?
Let me be clear. This was probably one of the largest bombing investigations that we've had in Southern California. It's on scale of the Aliso Veo bombing in Orange County.
That's probably where the person lived.
I'm not prepared to provide those comments at this time.
A witness found a tripod with a camera as if it were being live streamed. Have you heard this? Is that something you're investigating?
I have, and yes, it is something we're investigating.
Wow. Jeez, it was live streamed somewhere.
Not that we're tracking.
I mean, that's going to be a real thing because of the way he answered that. Like there was a tripod set up with a camera, and it was live streaming it.
So is there or is there not a suspect you're looking for?
We have a person of interest in this investigation. But we are not actively out searching for a suspect.
Okay, well that means
Does that
that
answer your question?
okay, we have a person of interest, but we're not actively out looking for a suspect. That means the body that's on the ground is the person. I mean, what other answer is there? If there's a person of interest and you're not out looking for that person, then the body, the one person who died, is the person, right?
All right,
No
folks,
comment.
We're going to conclude the press conference. We plan to do something.
Why would an abortion person do that? I mean, an anti-abortion person wouldn't do that. That's the exact opposite.
Later.
Doesn't make
Okay,
sense.
as we get more information, we'll be able to release more information. So right now, that's all we have right now with our press conference. We're concluding it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will contact
It's a fertility clinic, meaning people who want to have babies. Yeah, it's a. I think he just kind of admitted that the body is the person of interest, and they mentioned something about Adobe Road, right? Let's see. Yeah, I know we're covering a different topic, you guys, tonight, but I still need your guys' support when I do these shows. It's always kind of disheartening when we cover something else, and it just turns into a slow slog. Yeah, so here's Adobe Road. He mentioned that, right? And there's Adobe Way here. Here's Adobe Way. Adobe Way. I don't know if that's what they mentioned, but that's right there. So I guess we could put a pin. Maybe we can rewind that a little bit. Try to get that, hear that a little bit better. I don't know. It's not there. But anyways, they said Adobe. It's the only Adobe in the town. So maybe the person lives right along in here. Thank you, Deidre. Yeah, well, it's Palm Springs. They'll have. I actually did a documentary years ago at the place in Palm Springs. It's right here. It's the only place that looks like old Palm Springs. Called, look at that right there, you guys. Smoke Tree Ranch. Very, I mean, one of the most exclusive places on the planet. I just happen to know this guy. They hired me to do like this documentary on this place. It's crazy. Every house is one level. There's no two-story homes. It's kind of like the only place that exists that's still like old Palm Springs. And they have their own little tract of land here. And I think they even own this stuff up here. But look how everybody else is so dense, you know, like just ding, 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 ding. And then they're not like that at all. Pretty wide open. Hey, thanks, Cam Hart. Huh? What was I supposed to see? What the hell kind of a comment? Uh-huh. Yeah, I just said Adobe. Now, I have Adobe Way here. I don't see Adobe. I typed in Adobe Road and there isn't one. Well, I guess there is one over here. Nah, it's way. Hold on. Yeah. But man, anytime somebody talks like that in here, they don't really have a good chance of surviving. I thought you read the chat, Gray. I said they rated Adobe Road. Yeah, I heard it. That's why I typed in Adobe. And it came over here to Adobe Way. All right. You see that right there? There's no Adobe Road in Palm Springs that showed up on Google Maps or Google Earth. All right. Yikes. Man, why don't you go cry somewhere else? It's bizarre. What a bizarre. Gray, I thought you read the chat. Yikes. Let's see. He doesn't always. Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to respond to those people. Just time them out or something. I mean, just clueless, ridiculous stuff. All right, look at Alley Cake just gifted a membership to Faith New. That like New Faith? All right, anyways, I don't have any more to offer on here. I don't know who all lives on Adobe Way. There's also an Adobe, East Adobe Way, and it kind of continues like that. And I don't know if that's the same thing here. No, it's Bellamy. Adobe Way there, Adobe Way here. How about this one? That's Sunar. So it's just right here. That's the only street with the name Adobe in there. Hello, Robin. Yeah, so maybe somewhere right along here. If you know of an Adobe Road, let me know, but I didn't see one. I saw Adobe Way. Yeah, it's just, there isn't anything other than that. See, right there. Got my, it's kind of cold in here. I have my air conditioning on, even though it's not hot out. Man, you guys are just really chatting up a storm. It's really motivational. All right, I'm going to move it on to the this case from 1971 that looks like it could be a Bundy one, but it's in Pullman, Washington. And then, I don't know if you guys want to see the, how about before we do that, we check out my updated animation so far. All right. Or maybe I'll say if we get to 50% of the goal, I'll play this. It's too slow in here. Let's see. Barry Manilow of Copacabana fame. There's no such thing as Copacabana or Copacabana fame. Okay, there's no such thing as that. That's the worst song ever written. Unfortunately, that song is somebody's favorite song, which is frightening as hell. They're right up in the same level as like the Pro Burgers. You know, just completely, just nutty as hell. And anybody out there that thinks Barry Manilow's song Copacabana is a great song, you have a mental illness. Gray, I love this song. How dare you? I'm leaving. You said I have a mental illness. Yeah, it's terrible. Copacabana, really? What kind of there was that? Anybody could have wrote that song. Copacabana. Man, I'm a showgirl. Whatever the hell it was. It's just, wow. Man, he must have been ashamed after he wrote that. And what he was more ashamed about was how people seemed to like it. He was like sitting around going, are you kidding me? I wrote that song while I was taking a deuce. And these people love this song. Wow. All right. Unbelievable. I mean, how in the hell could it get one thumbs up, for God's sakes? That song is absolutely brutal. Ah, the hell it. I'll play this. There we go. It's going to be one of those nights, huh? Here comes the sliding glass door. I mean, I still have to add more fighting scenes and things. But then Koberger goes upstairs with his balaclava. He doesn't have the blue gloves, but that's what I'm putting on so you can see his hands better. Goes into the room. And Maddie and Kaylee are on the bed there. Then there's some sort of an attack going on in here. Kaylee's kicking him. And then look at Dylan hears something. She's like, what is that? What is that? Something up there. Okay, goes back to the room. Then a little bit after that, Xana comes down with her cell phone and heading to the kitchen. Isn't that cool? But right in between, like right here, I'm going to have her open the door. And then maybe right after she opens the door like that, I'm going to have more fighting. Then you're going to see this. And then turns around, shuts the door. Doesn't see anything. Yeah, it's not bad, huh? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It's currently about 40-something seconds long. But even that, you can see how little time it would take, right? Because there's all this is like real speed, right? Like, I mean, this guy opens the door. Koberger. You know, this is just regular speed. Watch. Ding, goes around the corner. Up the stairs. There isn't any extra time. I mean, I'm not I'm actually giving a little, like a second or two right there. And then it comes up and then goes right into the room. There's something right here that's screwed up. I'm not really sure what's going on right there, but oh, that's right. That's a which one is that? Is that number shot 6? Okay, hold on. I know what the problem is. Import shot 6 and just bring in the first one, because that's just a still frame at that point. Thank you, M10. Why does it do that? Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. Huh. Weird. It's pretty bizarre. Or do I zoom? Am I zooming it? Oh, I see. I'm zooming. And actually, I didn't mean to do that. Import. I have that. I gotta uncheck the sequence button. And then bring that in. And then that's way longer. Shorten it up a little bit. Bring it over here for now. And sneak it in there. Oops. Okay, it looks like it says starts off at 126. So I think that's all I gotta do. It's what it should be if I just 126. See that? Smooth now. There's no jerky shot right there. I'll start it over. You guys can see it. Here we go. Hey, thanks, Jeepers. I'm all for Copacabana 8. I know, it's amazing how shitty that song is, but somebody out there loves it. All right, here we go. Coming around the corner. I think it's going to be awesome when it's all done. It'll be like the go-to, you know. And then right here, I'm going to do more fighting upstairs. And then you can just picture her moving forward a little bit. And then boom, shuts the door. And then here comes Anna out of the room with her phone. Maybe still on TikTok. See? I'm going to build like about 10 different short little blurry fighting things for the upstairs. Maybe not 10, maybe like 4 or 5 of those. And then I'll have him, when he's leaving, I mean, I think he just stands in there for a while, don't you guys think? I think he just stands in that room. I don't know what you heard, Running Bear. I thought Gray read the chat. Ooh. Yeah, well, I read it too much. That's one of the problems. All right, you guys, we have one new member tonight. That's it. We are at 1/14th of the goal. We are basically struggling because we dared to discuss something else. He wouldn't be seen if he was standing there for sure. I think he was just standing in the room after he killed both of them, sort of enjoying what he did, much like later when he sits down. And then that's when, maybe Xana heard something upstairs and went up there. All right, we're going to do the case of Joyce Margaret LePage. And this is in Pullman, Washington, 1971. One of the things that's sort of interesting that I saw was that there was this big 50-year update in April of 2022. Isn't that interesting? Like right when he's already planned to go there, and he maybe saw something like that. All right, here we go. So Summer co-ed said missing. Washington police said today they are seeking the whereabouts of Joyce LePage, 21, from Pasco, who has been missing since July 23rd. And she's really, she looks like a Bundy type victim here. Doesn't that look like the classic Bundy victim? Maybe brown hair, parted in the middle, pretty. Who knows what happened? But anyways, it says Miss LePage was enrolled in summer classes at Washington State University in Pullman. Her father, Walter LePage, called police Monday night to report, and this is Wednesday, so she must have been reported missing on August 2nd, but I think she went missing on maybe August 1st, or even before. No, July 23rd. There it is. We just read that. Police said they found Miss LePage's car parked about a block from her apartment. Oh, cool. We can put that in there. At 308 Oak. Here, I'll just put it right here. They even have the Wawa Canyon mentioned later. Pretty crazy. Isn't it LE page, I guess. All right, they said 308 Oak. In Pullman. Okay. Right there. So I guess just right there in that little house. Thanks, Vicky White. Okay, they described her as 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing 136 pounds, and with light brown shoulder-length hair. That was on the 4th. And then there's a picture of her. Foul play suspected by officials. Whiteman County Sheriff officers think foul play may be involved in the disappearance July 23rd of Joyce Margaret LePage, 21, Detective Gary Lackey said. Lackey said that an investigation of the girl's past indicated to authorities she would not likely take off on her own. Lackey said the Pasco girl residing in Pullman was last seen wearing cut-off jeans and a blue blouse. He described her as 5 feet 9 inches tall and 136 pounds with blonde hair and brown eyes. And that's it for that article. It's kind of cool how you can go back and find all of these, you know, the old articles when it happened easily. Back in the day, you had to do the microfiche and all that crap. Girl gone, foul play suspected. Foul play is suspected in the disappearance of a 21-year-old Pasco Heights girl who has been attending Washington State University at Pullman. Missing since July 23rd, Joyce LePage, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Walter LePage. Her father said today that all of her personal belongings are still in her Pullman apartment. I wonder if she was kidnapped from her apartment. And her car was found abandoned in downtown Pullman. Well, that's weird. Joyce, finishing her junior year, had written her parents that she would be home during Waterfallies Week on July 16th through 25th. A graduate of Pasco High School 3 years ago, Joyce is one of 5 children. Joyce is 5 feet 8, I guess, or 5'9", whatever you want to say. The dark eyes, brunette, and weighs about 135 pounds. Whiteman County Sheriff Mike Humphreys of Colfax said foul play is possible in the young woman's disappearance. And this is, now we're on to August 13th. Started off on the 4th. A Washington State University co-ed from Pasco is still missing, and the Whiteman County Sheriff Department has no further clues. Joyce LePage, 21, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Walter LePage, Route 1, Box 42 of Pasco, has been missing since she failed to come home from Pullman July 23rd to attend the Waterfallies. I wonder what day she actually was last seen by somebody. A state criminologist will examine her car and its contents that had been parked about 4 blocks from her apartment in Pullman. Identification, billfold, and other personal effects were still in the car. Miss LePage is 5 feet 8 inches tall, so maybe she was out and about when somebody abducted her. And she didn't take anything, like she moved or something. Her hair is shoulder length. And this is one I found in a different newspaper repository. But hey, guys, this is just a regular, normal show here where, of course, we're talking about something a little different tonight. But my channel, as I always say, relies on you guys to help support the channel. And whenever we cover something a little outside the really popular stuff, we always have nights like this. And I wish you guys would support the channel even during nights when we're talking about something else, because then it really sort of gets you stuck and pigeonholed into covering 1 or 2 cases permanently. Alright, so if you guys, and what happens after, like, the Cobra case is over? We've been covering thousands of cases over the years and got the support from the people watching, but I always notice lately that the nights where we do, sort of stray away for, even just half the show, we get clobbered in here. Alright, so I need you guys' support. You guys are the sole source of income on the live streams. There is no ad revenue to speak of, really, on these streams, maybe $8 or something. So I need your guys' support, alright? So if you have the ability to, I would appreciate it. Alright, missing co-ed was private pilot, novice parachutist. That's crazy. I mean, she was really accomplished for that age. Joyce N. LePage, 21, Washington State University junior, who has been missing since the morning of July 23rd, had a private pilot's license and was beginning parachute jumping lessons. Miss LePage had planned to make a jump that afternoon and to chaperone a dance in the evening. Whitman County Sheriff Mike Humphreys said last week that foul play is possible in the disappearance of the English major who was attending summer school. A neighbor said Miss LePage got into her car with two strangers at 10 a.m. That's interesting. A neighbor said Miss LePage got into her car with two strangers at 10 a.m. July 23rd. Well, strangers to you, but I mean, that was in the morning. Thanks, Michelle H., for gifting a membership to Joyce. And Mrs. W., thank you. Police later found her car 4 blocks from her off-campus apartment. The shoes she had been wearing were in the car, and her purse and other personal belongings were left in her room. Miss LePage is the second of 5 children of Mr. and Mrs. Walter A. LePage of Pasco. LePage is a farmer, businessman, and community leader in Pasco. Thank you, wise child. And now we're about a month later, month and a half. No clue to missing co-ed. A Washington State University co-ed from Pasco is still missing, and the Whitman County Sheriff's Department has no further clues. Joyce LePage, 21, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. LePage, Route 1 of Pasco, has been missing since she failed to come home from Pullman for the waterfallies. The state criminologists examined her car and its contents that had been parked about 4 blocks from her apartment in Pullman. Identification, billfold, and other personal effects were still in the car. Miss LePage is 5 feet 8, weighs 135 pounds, and has dark eyes and hair. We're about out of our minds with worry, Mrs. LePage said Monday. There has been no information at all about Joyce. We don't know if there was foul play or if she just disappeared. And by the way, if you're wondering, like when I say, hey, I need the support for the channel, it's because we do a lot of great stuff at the end of the month. My channel's donated $242,000 in 5 years, so each month I take a portion of my income out of the ad revenue, the super chats, etc., and then I send thousands of dollars off to various true crime related causes, including our scholarship fund and a DNA fund. And that's why it's a big deal here. So when we have nights where people are just, this isn't the Idaho case, forget it. Then it gets really frustrating. All right, here we go. Second body found. I'm not sure what's the date on this one. April 18th. So this is sort of this is when a body was found. It said foul play is suspected in the death of another unidentified person whose body was found Sunday afternoon in a creek bottom going down Wawawe Canyon. Whitman County Sheriff C.A. Mike Humphrey said. The remains have been shipped to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. to assist in identification, the sheriff said, and results are expected within a few days. The body, believed to have been in the area several months, was found by a Moscow high school boy who was in the area looking for rocks. So this is April 20, 1972, and she went missing in July of 71, so like 9 months later. The body is the second found in county streams in the past week. There was a man that was also found at some other location. So that's when a body was found, unidentified. Then we move over to here. Pasco woman's body identified. The body of a woman found April 16th in a canyon 10 miles south of Pullman. And this is, at Wawawe, park or canyon area. Same place. I've been positively identified as that of a Pasco Heights girl who disappeared last July 23rd. Whitman County Sheriff C.A. Humphrey said today the FBI in Washington, D.C. identified the nude blanket-wrapped body as that of Joyce Margaret LePage, 21, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. LePage, Route 1 of Pasco. Humphrey said the badly decomposed body was found at the bottom of Wawawe Canyon near the Snake River by a youth from Moscow who was rock hunting. Humphrey said the remains, I thought if it said stargazing, I would have been. Humphrey said the remains were shipped to the FBI laboratory for analysis and were identified as Miss LePage by Dr. Marie Nyland of the National Institute of Dental Research by comparing x-rays and a dental chart supplied to the FBI by Miss LePage's Pasco dentist. There was definitely foul play, but the official cause of death has not been determined, Humphrey's office reports. Miss LePage's parents were notified at 8:45 a.m. today that their daughter's body had been found. Her body will be sent to Pasco. Miss LePage had been missing since she failed to come home from Pullman, where she was a junior attending Washington State University. Thank you, Christy B. I don't know if this is much different. And Humphrey said an intensive search for Miss LePage began August 5th, 1971, when the Pullman Police Department requested assistance. Yeah, so it's basically the same. Let's see, and then on the next day. All right. Whitman County Sheriff C.A. Mike Humphrey yesterday received confirmation from the FBI laboratory in Washington, D.C. that a blanket-wrapped body found in Wawawe Canyon on April 16th. I mean, this is why this is sort of weird. I mean, this is probably not a very good chance, but in April of 2022, there was a big 50-year anniversary article on this. And I just was thinking, man, wouldn't that be weird if he read this thing, you know, and then that's why he's bringing up Wawawe Park, and he's, I don't know. I mean, it's probably not very likely, but it's just sort of like, that's right around that time frame, just after he purchased the K-Bar knife, too, you know. I'm talking about Koberger. No. What are you talking about? Can I kick it? What do you mean? Analysis of Google Trends. What are you referring to? The 21-year-old Pasco co-ed was missing from Washington State University since July 23, 1971. Sheriff Humphrey said that the remains, which were shipped to the FBI lab for analysis, were positively identified by Marie Nyland of the National Institute of Dental Research by comparison with X-rays and a dental chart. From Miss LePage's dentist in Pasco. The search for the missing co-ed began August 5, 1971, when WSU police requested assistance from the sheriff's office in locating Miss LePage. Sheriff Humphrey assigned Chief Criminal Deputy Gary D. Lackey to assist Lieutenant Del Brennan of the WSU Police. Since that time, an intensive investigation has been conducted. The body was found by a Moscow, Idaho high school student in a creek bed in April as he searched for rocks. An official report from the FBI will be forwarded to the Whitman County Sheriff's within the next few days, Humphrey said. I wonder if she was beaten to death. I know what Google Trends is, but what does it got to do with what we're doing? Can I kick it? Like, what does it have to do with what we're talking about? I don't understand. I don't understand what you want me to look at on Google Trends. Foul play laid to Washington State University co-ed's death. The Washington State University co-ed, this is now May 9th, 1972, whose body was found April 16th at bottom of Wawawe Canyon, was identified, or definitely a victim of foul play. Police officials here have been informed by the Whitman County Sheriff. She was Joyce Margaret LePage, 21, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Walter LePage. Whitman County Sheriff C.A. Mike Humphrey said the nude, blanket-wrapped body was found by a Moscow, Idaho youth who was rock hunting. He said FBI laboratories at Washington, D.C. made the positive identification. Humphrey office told authorities here there's definitely was foul play, but the official and specific cause of death has not been determined. The young woman last was seen alive July 23, 1971, when she left her Pullman apartment ostensibly to drive to her Pasco home. Her car later was found parked 4 blocks from her Pullman address. Wawawe Canyon on Snake River is about 10 miles southwest of Pullman. Let's see, where Wawawe Canyon. Yeah, so it's like right where the park is. See, Wawawe Park. I mean, it's exactly the same thing. Look at that on the screen right there, you guys. Wawawe County Park and Wawawe Canyon. Isn't that a little weird? I mean, that's pretty strange. And then 1989, Bundy tie to WSU unresolved. A Pasco mother believes Ted Bundy killed her daughter at Washington State University in 1971, but she'll never know for sure. Before Bundy was executed Tuesday morning, he denied killing Joyce LePage, the daughter of Walter and Ethelyn LePage. However, Bundy remains the prime suspect, according to Whitman County Sheriff Steve Thompson. Thompson discussed the LePage case with Bob Keppel, an investigator with the Washington State Attorney General. And by the way, I have this other, like I looked it up here, look at this. 1966 to 68, Bundy initially enrolled at University of Washington as a transfer student after a year at the University of Puget Sound. He started in an intensive Chinese language program. He later became involved with Diane Edwards, identified by a pseudonym biographer at UW classmate. Bundy dropped out in 1968, and then in 1969 to 72, Bundy re-enrolled at UW, this time majoring in psychology. He excelled in psychology courses and graduated with honors in 1972. In summary, Ted Bundy attended the University of Washington during the periods of 66 to 68, and then 69 to 72, graduating with a degree in psychology. So he's in the state during this time, for sure. All right, how do we get this thing going here, you guys? We're currently at 1/5 of the nightly goal. Do I have to dance a jig that I never do? Let's see. There's also suspicion Bundy could be linked to the unsolved murder of Diane Mersix of Richland and Shannon Varley of West Richland. Benton County Detective Don Smith said Tuesday he would like to talk to Keppel about both cases. He said Bundy's credit cards were used in Pendleton, and he could have been in the Tri-Cities when both girls disappeared from Columbia Park, he said. Joyce LePage had just finished summer school when she disappeared from her campus apartment in July of 1971. Her mother said Tuesday Mother said Tuesday. And then links to Bundy were tentative, Thompson said, but witnesses reported seeing a Volkswagen similar to that used by Bundy in the campus area at the time. I mean, that's crazy. Essentially, beyond that, it is speculation, Thompson said. He had been a suspect in the case for several years, and of course, it fits his method of operation, or MO. He was known to hang around college campuses looking for victims. LePage's body was found in 1972, a remote area of Whiteman County. Thompson said he had hoped Bundy would give details before his death. I was pretty sure it was Bundy, Mrs. LePage said Tuesday. Someone told me he had been on the campus, but Mrs. LePage was surprised to learn Keppel had questioned Bundy about her daughter. It just didn't occur to me, she said. Diane Merchick's 20, daughter of Ken and Rosemary Merchick of Richland, vanished from Columbia Park July 17, 1975. Shannon Varley, 20, daughter of C.B. and Jean Varley of West Richmond, disappeared 22 days later. It's painful to talk about. Her daughter's death, Rosemary Merchick said Tuesday. How she died is a very unpleasant subject. Merchick's body was found April 11, 1977 in Sacagawea Park near Pasco, and Varley's body was found December 1st, 1975 near Umatilla. And then here's like an article just on Google from 2018. Justice for Joyce 47 years later. The murder of Joyce LePage has haunted much of eastern Washington for almost 50 years, with the suspect list even once including Ted Bundy. There's no shortage of theories on what happened to the murdered WSU student. KHQ investigated the case, speaking with both family and detectives who have not given up. Hey, thanks, J.U. For the coffee over there. Appreciate that. Also, Bonnie earlier. I just know there was a lot of guys who would have loved to have dated her, he said. This could very well be a person she turned down. It's been 47 years since Joyce's body was found. The more than 17,000 mornings Bruce has woken up mourning her. I should have used a different word than mourning. Let's see. I just get flashbacks, he said, because they use mornings here. 17,000 mornings Bruce has woken up mourning her. I just get flashbacks, he said. The crime happened back in July of 1971 on the WSU campus. Joyce had stayed on campus to prepare for another semester at Wazoo. She was taking steps to better her future, and that would ultimately be her last. It starts as a missing person case, said Sheriff Brett Myers. It starts out also as a missing piece of carpet from a WSU building. It starts out missing piece of carpet. That building was Stevens Hall, a few blocks from where Joyce lived. She hung out there often, police believe. She was murdered inside. Wow. So somebody took a piece of carpet and got her out of there. Police believe she was murdered inside. Let's see where that is. Stevens Hall. Yeah. So LePage lived here, and then this is Stevens Hall. She was wrapped in a blanket first and then the carpet, Myers said. Wow, so they found the spot where the carpet's missing. She was wrapped in a blanket first and then the carpet. 9 months after Joyce was reported missing, the family got the confirmation they already had in their hearts. She was found in a canyon, Myers said, a creek bed in a canyon, fairly heavily brushed. Myers said this was and still is an extremely difficult case. Her body was badly decomposed, he said. We don't know exactly how she was killed. The brutality of it all led to some wild theories, including that Ted Bundy was involved. I don't want to rule anybody completely out, Myers said, but my personal opinion is no, it wasn't Ted Bundy. That's because WCSO believes this was personal. My gut feeling is, well, but Bundy killed people in a way that you would think it was personal. I mean, beating somebody with a club, that seems kind of personal, right? The family is hoping anyone with information will come forward to give them peace. They are offering a cash reward. If you can help, please call the Whitman County Sheriff's Office. Man, is the show that bad, you guys? I mean, this is just crazy. Unreal. Could Ted Bundy have Whitman County... This is 2019 now. Ted Bundy was executed in 1989 after being convicted of 3 murders. Hours before his death, he confessed to dozens more. Investigators believe Bundy could be responsible for up to 100 unsolved murders throughout the country. A popular Netflix documentary following Bundy crimes has some of our KHQ viewers questioning if he could be responsible for any of the inland Northwest murders we have featured. We learned that Ted Bundy's name has surfaced in at least 2 cases, Joyce LePage and Lori Partridge. Both victims were young, beautiful students. They fit the profile of who Bundy typically targeted. There you go. Investigators have said while they can't say with absolute certainty that it wasn't Bundy, there is far from enough evidence to tie him to either crime. Right. I know, Kimberly. I'm just trying to figure out, like, when we're doing shows like this, why does this support drop so dramatically? It makes it so I can't do them. You know, right now I could be just sitting here working on my animation, but I'm just saying it's just bizarre. And you guys have seen it, and it's up to you guys. It's not me. I can't, say, hey, you just have to see it for yourself, what you guys do. It's like when I'm covering certain cases, the support is great throughout the night, etc. And then when we cover these kind of cases, something like this, it's just absolutely is almost non-existent. It's like and what do I do in situations like that? I guess I just have to decide that I can't cover these. It's just, that's how disappointing, though. It's really sad. Let's see. It starts as a missing person case. I think this is the same article that we read. That building was Stevens Hall, a few blocks from where Joyce lived. She hung out there often. She was wrapped in a blanket. Police believe she was murdered inside. She was wrapped in a blanket first, then a carpet. 9 months after Joyce was reported missing, the family got the confirmation they already had in their hearts. She was found in a canyon. This sounds just like that last one. A Department of Justice report confirms Bundy was living in Washington State at the time of Joyce's murder, attending University of Washington. The report goes on to detail when some of Bundy's confirmed Washington victims began turning up. Bundy claims he murdered his first victim in May of 1973. Let's see. Again, Joyce was murdered in the summer of 1971. So what about Lori Partridge? Her family says they feared Ted Bundy was involved for years, but at this point, do not believe Ted Bundy had anything to do with Lori's case. It's been 44 years since the 17-year-old vanished as she walked from Ferris High School. Both police and her family believe she was murdered. That's the Partridge case. The responsibility might fall upon you to adapt to what you expect. No. Well, no, what I expect is when I'm doing whatever show I do, I would hope that everybody would still support the channel the same. So I guess what my adaptation has to be, not me, is that I can only cover the really popular cases from now on because that's how it is. All right? That's the reality. And you seem to not get it. All right? We even did it, kind of experimented on it a few days ago. Same thing. It's the only 3 bad days of the month were days that we didn't stick to, doing Coburger. So your comments aren't appreciated. Thank you. Let's see. There's another one in here. No, that's not what it's called, fishing. It's called it's like, see, that's what I'm saying. It is not called being in business. Okay? It's called, my bad decision is not covering the popular cases. That's the bad business. So I guess you're right. Let's see. To think that I could go off and talk about something else that's interesting one night. How dare me? Yeah, so here's the article that came out around the time where Bundy, Coburger actually, this is 1 month after, maybe 3 weeks after he purchased the K-Bar knife sheath. Joyce Margaret LePage was born, and this is in, I guess it's called the Franklin Connection. Don't worry about it, you guys. I see the writing. No, sorry, fishing, you're incorrect. Anyways, Joyce Margaret LePage was born December 4th, 1949, into a farming family that lived just outside the city. As an athletic and intelligent student, her decision to attend Washington State University was not a surprise to the LePage family. The family had several ties to the University of Whitman County. And thanks Kami and Deidre. If it was like ups and downs where it wasn't 1/10 on one night, that would be like if it was just like a slight little up and down type of thing, but not like a devastating collapse. Like that's when it's not, has nothing to do with the. I'm not touching Karen Reed. Well, of course I'm holding it. I'm still doing the show. I'm right here fishing. But I didn't ask for your opinion, and I don't even appreciate your opinion. It doesn't even make sense to me. All right. Let's see. But Joyce would not graduate. In fact, Joyce would never grow beyond the age of 21 years old. In the summer of 1971, the WSU junior disappeared without a trace. 9 months after her disappearance, her remains were found April 16, 1972, in a gully roughly 10 to 15 miles south of Pullman, west of Colton, just off Wawawe Road in remote Waaway Canyon. Her mostly skeletal remains were wrapped inside a military blanket and green carpet. The green carpet had gone missing roughly 10 days prior to when she was reported missing from the University Stevens Hall, which was under construction at the time she disappeared. What happened? Joyce was known to hang out on the first floor of the vacant dormitory, where she would study, play piano, and relax from the stress of taking extra classes during the summer term. So it was kind of vacant, and you could just sit there, and that's weird. That's really strange. Hey, thanks for the coffee, Elena, and for the few cups of coffee there for a couple of people there. JU as well, and then Alley Cake. That's kind of weird. So, like, she would just go there. It's vacant because it's under construction, but it still had, you know, like the pianos and things in there. Almost seems like it could be a construction worker that noticed her in there. Joyce was known to hang out on the first floor of the vacant dormitory, where she would study, play piano, and relax from the stress of taking extra classes during the summer term. An extensive cold case file shows the Whitman County Sheriff's Office reported she was most likely killed when WSU police first investigated the missing carpet. Right. Current Sheriff Brett Myers has not taken hold of the case since his election in office in 2003. He has taken hold of it. I know, it's crazy. See, what I'm referring to in here, you guys, if you're just sort of new, it used to be on this channel. Wouldn't matter what we covered, you know, because it's like, we have a thing where people are supporting the channel. I do the shows and you guys support the channel, and then at the end of the month I take thousands of dollars out of the income and we send it off and we make a huge difference. And it used to be it didn't matter, but now there's so many people, just absolute morons, doing true crime channels, and the people just watch whatever the hell. It's crazy, right? So now it's really hard, because if they're covering let's say they're covering Kohberger right now, and those people are all interested, they're not going to watch this because they want to go watch what they want to watch. Where it used to be, where it was more of there's like 4 of us doing this, right? And now you just got these just total posers that do shows, and they just absolutely, it's garbage. But hey, whatever sells, right? Hey, thanks, Alec. Hey, look at the M10. It says, it's sad more people aren't interested in the cold cases. It sucks. And the articles are so beautifully written and read by Gray. Win-win. I feel for you. Yeah. Don't worry about it. This is one of my days where I'm complaining. Don't worry about it. And then look at, hey, Tom Pascal. The Page case is fascinating. Wonder if Kohberger's Bundy-related searches involve Washington State cases like LePage. Well, I was wondering about this article right here, Tom. Look at the date on this thing. April 14th, 2022. And that's like 2 weeks after Kohberger purchased his K-bar knife, not just the sheath. Isn't that weird? So he actually watched it. I mean, he could have actually got this article and read about it. Because isn't it interesting that he claims he went to Wawawe Park, and that's right here. You know, West Colton, just off Wawawe Road in remote Wawawe Canyon. I mean, that is kind of weird, isn't it? Like, just coincidentally strange. Yeah, thank you up there for your generosity there. And the people on the coffees, thank you. Now, if we can get some more of those, the generosity of the channel memberships. I've only got 3 of those tonight. We've something like we've averaged 30 something. All right, let's see. Joyce was someone's daughter, sister, and friend. She was a person, he said. For the LePage family, they mourn. There are still families who miss and love her. She was the second out of 5 children. Joyce was the second after her sister Phyllis LePage. She had 3 younger brothers, Bruce, Stephen, and David. Joyce and her brothers and sisters grew up in the family farm on LaPorte Drive. As a child, Joyce would often pester her brothers and leave them scattered notes when they were too noisy or bothersome. All of us kids played well together and generally had good times, Brother Bruce LePage said. We never had to deal with financial stress, just good family memories. My dad took a lot of photos and videos of us kids. We all have something to look back on. You know, we used to have a bunch of, thanks Richard Watts. We used to have a bunch of like Super 8 film footage of us when we were kids. You know, the little, like literally like, you know, the projector shit. And then somebody came by and stole it. And we always thought it was our biological father. I mean, who the hell would steal that? That just seems crazy. Maybe they just grabbed a box. She often used creative objectives on her school essays, once using the word delicious to describe a Christmas present and the temptation to open it. Joyce was ambitious. She earned her private pilot's license at 18 years old and was described by many as sweet and bubbly. She enjoyed the song it said Copacabana. I don't think that song was out yet, though. She enjoyed the song Downtown by Petula Clark and listened to music by bands like Steppenwolf. According to Myers, the family reported her missing after she didn't come home for a weekend visit in Pasco. We have a theft case and a missing person case, but it was not until April of 1972 that we discovered that her body was deliberately put somewhere in the carpet. See, that's so cool. It's amazing how they held on to that piece of information all those years. But the carpet at Stevens Hall was missing, and that was reported by police. To the police, but she went missing at the same moment that carpet went missing. So either somebody working in the building, who may be a construction person, or somebody went in there while she was there and did something to her and then used the carpet to wrap her up and to get her out of there. Hey, thanks Allie Cake for gifting a membership to Denise. We have a theft case and a missing person case. The Whitman County Sheriff's Office reported her remains were sent to the FBI for examination. The FBI discovered 7 possible knife markings on her ribs that they reported to be cause of death. I don't think Bundy did knives, did he? Maybe he did on some of them. Let me see. I know he bludgeoned people to death often. Strangulation and blunt force trauma. There is evidence that he did use a knife in at least one confirmed instance. Kimberly Leach, Bundy's final victim, Kimberly Leach, had her throat cut, likely with a hunting knife. Bundy's modus operandi was Bundy's preferred method was to incapacitate his victims with brute force, often using a crowbar or similar object, then sexually assault and strangle them. Bundy's primarily relied on strangulation and blunt force trauma because he considered knives and firearms too messy and likely to leave behind incriminating evidence. Now there you go. Hey, thanks. I love Jesus. Just got in from feeding the animals, catching up. So I guess it's possible, but I don't know. I mean, 71, you know, if his last victim was with knives, this would be an early victim, so I don't know. I mean, some people think it was Bundy. Definitely looks like a Bundy victim. Let's see. However, after 9 months in a gully of Wawawe Canyon, animals and scavengers had consumed part of Joyce's decomposed remains. A unique set of hurdles have been placed for this case, Myers said. She wasn't reported missing for 10 days, and DNA, I mean, that's strange that it took so long for somebody to go, where is she? And DNA testing didn't really hit the scene. It was summer term, though. And if she was sort of a loner type, you know, maybe people... And it wasn't until her family said, hey, where is she? Most of the material and resources are well over 50 years old. Timeline factors in, too. Between her going missing and her officially being declared a murder victim, a lot of information we need is missing. There have been numerous suspects and persons of interest throughout the years. However, any of those individuals would be well into their elderly age or have passed away. One person of interest, a convicted serial killer in particular, died in 1989. That's Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy, who confessed to 30 murders and confirmed in 20, was a person of interest in the disappearance of Joyce LePage and Lori Partridge of Spokane. Bundy, however, never confessed in Joyce's murder, and he denied responsibility for Joyce's death before his execution. I don't know, I mean, he seemed like he was confessing to a lot of them. Why would he deny that particular one? We have to broaden it out and take all the possibilities. Ted Bundy is one of them, Bruce LePage said, but sometimes you get too broad and get distracted and probability goes out. We can just hope for an opening in the case in some way. The anniversary of the day Joyce's remains were found is an emotional day for the LePage family. Her brother continues to investigate the case. I'll never give up on the case, he said. At the time of the discovery, the family did not feel that they could get involved. Bruce became involved 12 years ago and took over from his father's pursuits after he passed away. There wasn't anything we or the public could do, so we had to wait until her body was found. If her body had been found immediately at the site she was murdered, we would have looked into closure, Bruce said. My family has come to terms with the case pretty well, myself included, but with the 9-month time frame and the lack of evidence where her body was disposed of, there was nothing to go on. In the years since Myers has taken charge over the case, follow-ups with persons of interest and suspects have been underway. That's one of those ones, man. It's, I mean, what a brutal death. It's just cold as hell right out of the gate. It's hard to get ahead of, and that's what like the thing is, Koberger's case would be a very, very difficult case to have solved without current 1971, Koberger would not be arrested right now. There's no chance, because there's no surveillance cameras. There wouldn't be the white Elantra driving around. There'd be, even though they found the knife sheath, there'd be no DNA discovery of any kind. So all there would be is a knife sheath and 4 murdered victims, and maybe somebody said, I saw a white car, but there wasn't even that. All of the sightings were on camera because it was so late at night. So he definitely wouldn't even be arrested at all. I don't think it would ever be solved, in fact, if it was 1971. Hey, thanks, Timothy Cecil. Just getting here now. Hi, everyone. Please help support the channel if you can. Thanks. Right, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. It just... In the 50 years since Joyce's remains were discovered, the case hasn't stayed stagnant. The fact that the sheriff has shown an interest in the case this long and has been willing to work any leads for the case this long means a lot to us. It's just waiting game at this point. And that's crazy, though. It's been way too long. The reward is $100,000 to $40,000 for information that leads to an arrest, with an additional $60,000 that leads to conviction. I will remain involved and keep the reward up to $100,000 for as long as I live, Bruce said. The public has remained interested in the Joyce LePage case since it began in 1972. Her story, an unsolved case, has inspired many WSU students to pursue stories, films, and art in honor of her. We owe it to the family to solve the case, Myers said. It has been a phenomenally interesting case, and it's been a neat experience to get to know Joyce, her family, and her brother Bruce. Even if we never find the perpetrator, at least myself, the sheriff, and other detectives put in our absolute best effort to find justice for Joyce, Bruce said. Anyone with information on Joyce LePage's disappearance and homicide should contact the Whitman County Sheriff's Office at 509-397-6266. There's also this other, one more thing on this, victims of serial killers. I mean, we don't know if she's a victim of one, but they do have more. 1971 was a young woman who is suspected to have been murdered by Ted Bundy in Pullman or Colton, Washington. I don't know. I don't know if I think it was Ted Bundy or not. What do you guys think? Yeah, I don't know, man. Her body was 9 months in the environments. Hopefully they kept everything. Maybe they could find something in that carpet, a hair, and you can actually do full genome sequencing out of hair now. Not with, it doesn't even need the follicle. So I don't know. Maybe they could do it. Yeah, I think it might be somebody else in this one. You know, it's somebody that was aware that she would go there. You know, somebody was aware that she would go to Stevens Hall to relax, play the piano, study, and they were watching and knew that she'd be in there. And then on one night went in there and utilized the carpet that was there. I mean, it was just sort of a carpet of opportunity, if that makes any sense. And he killed her, wrapped her up in the carpet, and then wrapped that up in a blanket, and then took her somewhere. I don't know. Bundy's not like that. But I don't think Bundy stalked anybody. He basically would just like see somebody and go, oh, and then like pretend he's injured or some shit, and then the person would help him out because he's so charming, and then he would just kill him. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this would be this one here would be more like a Koberger type, you know, where you were observing and watching somebody and you knew that they go to this place. Well, you used to take bodies to places and place the bodies in different places. He never would, when you say move them, he did take them. He had burial places, Bundy did. He'd actually go visit them later. The carpet Joyce was found wrapped in was later traced back to the WSU campus, and it had been reported missing from the Stevens Hall 10 days after Joyce disappeared. Police theorized Joyce was murdered in Stevens Hall before being wrapped in the carpet. I mean, that's just the only thing that makes sense. The carpet was from there. She would regularly visit there. So, hey, thanks, I love Jesus. Hubby is ER doc. He could explain fatal injuries by Ryan Koberger causing almost instant death in Idaho 4 because if you want him to call in on a BK night when he's available. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. We could do that one of these nights. Maybe just if we're doing it and he's around and say, hey, he's there, and then I'll try to do more of the using StreamYards. I don't know what that means, alley books. A yellow Volkswagen Beetle. So this is interesting. It's the serial killer Ted Bundy had been a suspect in Joyce's disappearance for 10 years before 1989 execution. She fits his victim type, that's for sure. Being a college-age woman, Bundy was known to stalk college campuses looking for victims. A yellow Volkswagen Beetle and a man matching Bundy's description was seen on campus at the time of Joyce's murder. I mean, is that something that they took note of at the time before? Like, if they have that in their, I'll say this. I will say this. If they have in their notes that as it was happening in 1971, somebody says, yeah, I saw this guy had brown curly hair and he drove like a yellow Volkswagen Beetle. I would put a hell of a lot more weight on just sort of it randomly being Bundy, opportunistically seeing her walk into the building, and it appears he was stalking, but he wasn't. Because that would be really pretty crazy, wouldn't it? Think about that. I mean, what are the odds that somebody else has a yellow Volkswagen Beetle, the brown curly hair, and at the time where Bundy's in the state? I would put a lot more weight on that if it's in the notes. Now, if it came later, hey, thanks, Forgetful Mandy. Chris 22, Heavenly, It's Me, Calamity, Great Dane Mom, and Moom 3 Ma. Or Mom of, oh hell, I don't know. But what do you guys think of that? Like, if those notes, if there's notes from the investigation that there was a yellow Volkswagen Bug seen in the area, I think that'd be really much more interesting. But if it's something like, 10 years later, somebody goes, oh, I saw, and then it's like, okay, you just got that from the Bundy story, Although that was out already. I mean, he'd already killed people in the story of the yellow, the Volkswagen Bug. That was kind of more of like a brownish yellow, wasn't it? Did he paint it brown at one point or something? Yeah. Here, let's look at that one picture again. Like, look how pretty she was. But that looks like a Bundy victim, doesn't it? I mean, that's what they parted in the middle, brown hair, very pretty, you know. You thought, well, yeah, that's what I always thought. It was like but I thought maybe he painted it one time. Like he changed the color because he saw it was mentioned in the articles, so then he had it painted or something. Oh, I gotta go get a water. Hold on. There we go. Needed that water. Well, that was pretty interesting, I thought. It got a lot more interesting later with that other information. So she lives right here. Let's see if we have a street view. Let's see that house. Yep. So she lives in that house right there. That's obviously the same house. So lived there. And then would just kind of make her way over here. She had her own car. And her car was found 4 blocks away. So maybe somewhere over here. I mean, that's kind of interesting. I mean, so her car must have been used to transport her body to another vehicle that was 4 blocks away parked. But it was transport inside of a carpet to make it, you know, so people weren't, you know, might not have looked weird, you know, but I'm sure it was late at night when he transferred the body. But inside of this building here it was under construction. But it was still, you know, you could go in there. There was a piano and stuff. So she would go in there and take breaks and study, hang out, relax, play the piano. Then there was she goes missing, but they don't even know she's missing yet. Before she's, okay, so, I mean, basically on this, I think it was April 23rd, a carpet theft. Like a roll of carpet was reported stolen from this place here. And this kind of reminds me a little bit of Schnee Oberholzer. A little bit. And then months later, they find her body. A kid looking for rocks near Wawawe Park finds a body, and the investigation shows that the carpet that was reported stolen from Miss Stevens Hall was what she was wrapped in. And the way that reminds me of the Schnee Oberholzer case is, remember Annette Schnee, when she was found, had like this orange sock with her. Or actually, they didn't. It was Bobby Joe Oberholzer. They found an orange sock in the parking lot, like where she had ran from. And then it wasn't until, months later when they found Annette Schnee, they found the other orange sock, and they were able to connect the two cases. You remember that? I mean, I don't know if a lot of you even remember that case. Annette Schnee and Bobby Joe Oberholzer. And that was one that we covered on here that was actually solved and a conviction while I've been a YouTuber. And that's the crazy case with the one individual, the killer. What the hell's his name? I'm not sure why his name's not popping into my head. That's the craziest thing in the world. The story about how, let's see, after the killings, there was this vehicle driving over a pass way up in the mountains in Colorado, and it was so cold and it was below freezing, and the person was about to die. In a last-ditch effort, they flashed SOS up in the air because they saw an airplane, and it just so happens the sheriff deputy or whatever was on the or just the sheriff was on the plane and saw the SOS signal, and then told the pilot, and they sent somebody out there, and they rescued this person. And it turns out that that person was the killer of Bobby Joe Oberholzer and Annette Schnee, but nobody knew it for 50 years. I mean, like, and there's even one newspaper has a side-by-side article of Bobby Joe Oberholzer's death and this rescue up on a mountain. Isn't that incredible? That's one of the... I wish that was a story that more people knew about, but they don't, because they don't ever care about anything other than what's popular at the time. But when we were covering these cases back then, I mean, this revelation was just unbelievable. Crazy. What was the guy's name, though? Jesus. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, Alan Lee Phillips. There you go. I think you could even do it right now. Let's see if that works. If you go to, let's see, go to newspapers.com, type in Alan Lee Phillips. That's how he spells it, right? No, it's A-L-A. There we go. Like that. And 1970. Maybe it's just Alan Phillips. Let me just do that. I'm going to put a kind of like that. And what was that, 1982 or something like that? 1980 to 1982. Sorry I haven't been in much. Hey, Aaron. Nah, no problem. Oh wait, I don't even think it's not even in Colorado. That's right. It was like a... a second. Uh, 1982. So that's all that needs to be. 1982. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird how it doesn't show up. It's not in Colorado. That's the thing. It for some reason it was a like you know, those national stories. You type in. Is that gonna work like that? It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't show up anymore. It used to be in here. You could actually... Let me see if I go down here. I don't remember what I used to look up to find it. Hey, thanks, M10. Oh yeah, what was the name of that pass? It was Guanella Pass or something like that. Guanella Pass, Colorado. Is that how you say it? Yeah, look at that. Let's see if that's in there. That's got it. There's only. Oh, there you go. Is that it? Look at that. Look at that worked. Hey, check it out. Listen to this craziness. Watch this. His pickup truck stuck in a snowdrift on a lonely Colorado mountain pass. A motorist flashed an SOS on his headlights. The signal was seen by a passenger, or by passengers of a jetliner flying thousands of feet above. Al Phillips, it doesn't say Alan, 30, of Georgetown, explained how he was rescued when his pickup plowed into a snowdrift on an 11,665-foot Guanella Pass. Phillips said he had been visiting friends in Bailey, Colorado, and was driving home when his truck became stuck in the snow. He tried unsuccessfully to dig it out and thought about walking for help, but decided it was too cold at 20 degrees below zero. While sitting in his truck, wondering what to do, Phillips heard an airplane flying overhead. He started flashing his lights in an SOS signal through short, 3 long, 3 short. One passenger in the airplane, Harold E. Bray, happens to be sheriff in the Denver suburb area of Jefferson County. Bray was flying to San Francisco on business. Bray noticed the lights flashing below, recognized the code, and told the plane's pilot. The pilot radioed the Federal Aviation Administration Center, and Longmont and the controller in charge asked 2 nearby planes to investigate. Isn't that amazing? And guess what? He was on his way home from killing Netschny and Bobby Joe Oberholzer at that time. He had just killed him earlier in the evening. 2 different cases, like he picked up one hitchhiker, killed them, then picked up another hitchhiker, killed them, and then he's driving back home, and then this makes national news, and then in one local paper in that area, there's this story, and right next to it is the story of Bobby Joe Oberholzer, because her body was found the next morning, the same day that this came out. Isn't that crazy? I mean, I don't think I've ever heard of anything more insane than that. Like, this guy was going to die on that mountain. He was going to die. Except for, I mean, what a miracle that he flashes his headlights, and then a plane sees the SOS, sends somebody out, and it saves the life of a guy who just killed 2 people. I mean, every time I think about it, I feel like this is one of those stories that more people should know about, because it's so crazy. Unbelievable. Hey, if we get, if you guys as a group do 5 more memberships, I'll donate 5. We actually made it to almost the level where I donate the 5 memberships. Unbelievable. Thanks, freaks. I was so disillusioned at the beginning of the show. It was just like, wow. But then the freaks came through. Thank you. Yeah, let me see if there's another one that explains it differently. How about that one? Is that the one we just did? Oh yeah, yeah. As Phillips sat in the truck with the temperature at 20 below zero, wondering what to do, he heard an airplane. And then there was a Mike Wilcox, the pilot of a Rocky Mountain Airways plane, spotted the truck and radioed the FAA. The trouble report was forwarded to the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office, which sent out 2 vehicles to rescue Phillips. Unreal. All of these, every one of these things is related to that, but none of them are in the Colorado paper. I don't think that one is. But is that? Let's see what this one says. Alan Phillips was driving home to Georgetown, Colorado Wednesday night when his pickup truck got stuck in the snow in the 11,665-foot Guanella Pass. He had warm clothing and an emergency blanket, but no chains. You find out how lonely it is really quick, he says. I thought about walking to a ski area nearby and went about 200 yards and thought, no way, man. It was too cold. It was 20 below. Hearing an airplane, Phillips flashed an SOS with his headlights. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, thousands of feet overhead. Aboard the plane was Harold E. Bray, the sheriff of the Denver suburb of Jefferson County. He was flying to San Francisco on business. Bray saw the lights, knew the code, and told the pilot. That set off a string of radio messages and an aerial search that eventually sent 2 rough terrain vehicles into Guanella Pass to rescue worried Phillips. I don't know, man. That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. All right. Well, that was just a little aside, but see, we've covered thousands of cases on this channel. That's not hyperbole either. It's literally the truth. There are some nights where I've covered like 6 random cold cases that don't have a lot of information, but we still go over them because you just never know. You know, you put it out there, somebody hears something, might lead to something. And so if you're here late, I'll show you the update again. This is where we're at now. I got to build more fighting scene stuff. But here it is, sliding glass door. Goes up the stairs. Goes into Madison's room. Hey, it sounds like somebody's playing with a dog up there. Sounds like somebody's playing with a dog. This is Dylan looking out her door. Oh, I gotta put it's missing the hardwood floors again. Jeez, what's going on? God, I have to do all those again, man. That sucks. I thought something was looking not right there. Yeah, pretty good though, right? Yeah, why is that missing? It's crazy. That's frustrating. God, what happens if I go try to... I thought something didn't look right, and my mind couldn't think about what it was. Hold on. There it is. So it's supposed to be... Why isn't this finding it? It had the name right there. It was jeez. What's going on? Stress and gray. Can't imagine how horrific waking up. Yeah, what a nightmare. Yeah, so it's right there. Hardwood 2. I wonder if I go out and let me see if I can find that. If I don't do it now, I'll forget about it. Hardwood 2.jpg. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere. There it is, right there. Yep. And where is that located? Okay. Ah, that's weird. When you click on that, it should go right to a place where you could. Is that right there? Oh, there it is. Come on. Will that work? Ah, there it goes. Look at that. Oh, puts it in there. But why it was missing, I don't know. Let me just do this one real quick. I'll do the whole thing on this one. Hey, thanks, Deborah. I think the floors and warmth and depth. I don't know how to do this, but the floors add so much vision. Right, yeah. That's way better with the floor. See that? Look at, I mean, when the floor's in there, it looks way more sort of real. Unfortunately, I have to go back and fix all those other ones. Frustrating. Maybe you guys want to, you know, chill out here while we do try. We need 4 more memberships, then I'll donate 5. But we can sit here and try to do the fighting, the other fighting scenes. I did talk to somebody, and it sounds like they think that the comment that the judge made was referring to a demonstrative aid. And I think it was sort of clumsily worded, though, you know, for sure. Hello, Carrie. Yeah, so it's just rendering out some of this. Oh wait, I think it's just doing the end again. Hold on. I have to render setup. There we go. All right, there we go. This is better. I don't have the people aren't blinking. They don't blink or anything. But I don't really care. I'm just trying to get the. Hey, when I zoom in on Koberger, he never blinks anyways, so that's good. Ah, screw it. I'll just. I'll just gift the 5 for you guys at least getting to a reasonable number. All right, there you go. This is Dylan Mortensen here. Kind of seems like that's a pretty good model for that, right? I think I use the same character as Kaylee, but you don't see her, so. Oh, thanks for your guys' generosity. But I think my channel's been generous over the years, for sure. But it's made possible because of the people supporting the channel. It's not like, I just do the shows, ad revenue, super chats, super thanks, memberships, all that's part of the revenue. I don't have other sources, like I don't do Instagram or, any of that other stuff. I think it's possible they have the knife, but after talking to that person, I don't know. I don't think so. They must have some knives. And maybe, if there's other weapons that happen. I mean, it'd be interesting if the knife that they did find had traces. But I think some of that stuff I feel like we already would have heard about in some of these documents. Like, DNA from Madison Mogan was found on a knife that he had in his house. Yeah, well, we've had a lot of generous freaks buying a lot of memberships for people. I just do my 5 every night when we hit the certain numbers, and it seems like we've been hitting the numbers, so I keep donating 5 myself. So, the channel's donated quite a few, but obviously a lot of the members, Oh, there goes my stomach. Yeah, well, if you have any questions, just put them in the chat while we're rendering here. I've got to go fix those other scenes while I'm thinking about it, or I'll forget it. I think I missed updated animation. Oh well. I've only played it 20 times already. Looks like she might have... her butt went through the doorknob almost, but you can't really see it. Okay, well, good for you. Let's see. Thanks so much, everyone here. Appreciate your support of the channel. Yeah, we'll probably play it again. Can you see we're doing something else right now, though, Carrie? I'm not sure if you were paying attention, but see on the screen how it's doing something other than that? Yeah, I made a whole video on that topic, Carrie, up there. Well, then why are you watching? I mean, if you can't tell what the screen's doing, then why would you be able to watch the updated animation? There's the same screen. Okay, see you later. Well, you're the one that's rude. You just keep typing over and over and over again as if everybody's got to drop everything for you, Carrie. I mean, your commenting in here it's been that way. It's very pushy and strange. Okay, so get over yourself. The show isn't about you. All right, let's see. Ah, jeez, get the hell out of here, man. This is one of those people that would never last here. All right, let's see. This is 58. I'm just gonna go to like, let's do one more. That's good enough right there. 58. And I go back over here. So that one yeah, see I need to fix that one too. But it's that one that I'm replacing. And that one is shot 5. No, it's not 5. 6. The heck? Jesus. Oh, that's the wrong. Shot 6. Import. Oh, that was the wrong one. This is Dylan 6. I think I might have to keep going on this. Just realized. It's going to switch to the shitty floor. Yeah, see right there. But actually I was going to shift it right there. Let's see. Hey, thanks Lanky Tor. Oh. Thanks guys. That's pretty good, right? Turns. You see we're going, but I got to render out where I think I'll go from 50 on. Let's see. Render. Setup. And then 50 to 90. There we go. All right, there you go. What's 40 more to go on that one, and then I gotta go fix the other ones. Yeah, the hardwood floor makes it look so much better. Welcome to Bursting Bubbles, Susan Korn, Chitty Chatty Meg, Lisa Lynn, etc. That probably wasn't me. Watching and supporting the channel, the time you devote to watching, supporting, and watching, and watching and supporting, and watching and supporting, and watching and watching and watching. In the background is appreciated. Yep. Thank you. It's also expensive, and that's why we need a little support. Yeah. Yeah, I just got my bill for, you know, the program I'm using for this? How much do you think it costs a year? They've raised it. It was a joke. The program that I'm using to make this animation right here, how much? Throw out a number. What do you think it is a year? I buy a yearly subscription to it. No, that's not it. You're in the right, you know. Well, it used to be that, Plato. It used to be that. It used to be $16.95. Now it's $1,900, almost $2,000 a year to have this software. For me, it's worth it because it's like, you know, I mean, I know how to use it, and it's cool. I know what's going on. But see, that's what's awesome, you know, when you guys are supporting the channel and everything. It helps me able to just get these things. I mean, it's crazy. It's called 3D Studio Max. I guess they have some other version, but I use it all the time. They have one that you like pay as you go, but I mean, usually that's more expensive than. Yeah, it's crazy because there's another program out there called Blender that's free. And it does great stuff. I just don't know how to use it. You know, seems like it has a pretty steep learning curve, and it's different. You know, it's all, you know, the same concepts and everything with, you know, 3D world, XYZ axis, and stuff like that. But, you know, maybe one of these days I'll take the time and try to just learn how to use Blender and then not have to worry about it. Alright, so the door's already shut. I think that's all I need. So it's the hardwood floors, and then it switches over. Ah, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? It wasn't all the way. It's just a few more to go. Couldn't tell though. I used to edit documentaries back in the day, but it killed my back. Oh yeah? How did it kill your back? Okay, it's almost done, I think. You know, while it's rendering, I can actually go over to this one because it updates. Oh, I skipped one. God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 63. Well, let's go to 61 to 70. All right, that should cover those. Yes, everybody hit that like button. Hit that like button, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button, 40. It's one of the easiest damn things to do in the world. Hit that like button. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button.
You're out.
Looking at, hope you're doing the best. Sending hugs. Yeah, it does kind of screw up your neck and back a little bit. I try to walk, you know, do like, yes, I don't know. Get up and move every once in a while. Do like 6 hours. I try to do like 6,000 to 8,000 steps a day, you know. All right, so this should have fixed it. Let's see. Why does it keep doing it right there? I'm going to bring this in again. Import. Dylan. That's insane. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 50. Yeah, that's where it's messed up. So it was earlier than I thought. All right, 50, 51 to 60. Yeah, that should have been really simple. You know what's weird is I had this like really bad patellar tendonitis in my right knee, and just walking more, I completely eliminated that sharp pain. I don't know what the deal is there. I think it just shows you that by walking. So what's going on? Why would it do that? Here, let me check this out. This doesn't seem accurate. It should have been right there. Yes, that should be like 64 when it does that. That makes no sense. I think I'm just gonna do the whole thing again. That whole segment. Yeah, I'm just going to delete all these and start over on that. It's just not, something's not, doesn't make sense. Alright, here we go. Man, got these little fake members coming in now. Jeez. Yeah, see the Samuel guy that just showed up is one of the trolls. They got a free membership. And they feel like it's their opportunity to jump in and say what they want to say. Yes, I know. Nobody owes anything. What sucks is that people support the channel when we're covering the really big cases and don't cover the cases when it's shitty cases. Okay? Not shitty, but like ones that nobody, you know, they're not popular. You know, you guys, and so that's what I'm talking about. Now, nobody owes anything. It's just frustrating. Okay? So, you know, you can come in and do your little crap. You're on rewind from 20 minutes to 30, 40 minutes ago. And, you know, just do what you got to do, man. But you're not welcome here. All right? What an idiot. Like 25 minutes later, an hour later, they come in here. We've completely moved on. Yeah, no, I've never thought anybody owes me anything. What I don't like is the dramatic difference in support when you do not cover the really popular cases. I've said it before, and I prove it almost every single time when I'm doing them. It's just the way it is. You know, so that's on me for, you know, daring to cover something that wasn't popular. They're still interesting, however. All right. So thanks for the people who did support. But the trolls that come in here and make their little stupid comments, that just doesn't work. It's just crazy to come in here. They what they do is they steal memberships from other people. They come in here, they make themselves available for memberships, and it wipes out all the, not all of them. I mean, you know, obviously regular people get memberships too, but they put themselves in there to take and steal from actual people who need the memberships. Isn't that, how shitty is that, huh? And then they come in here and lecture me if I get frustrated that the support is low when we don't cover the big cases. Right? You guys have been around long enough where it's just like, yeah, okay, yeah, you know. I'm just saying because that's how I feel. You know, do you want me to be some fake person pretending I'm all, yeah, it's really happy every second of every day when I'm not, you know? I'm just not going to do it. And if you don't like me, you don't like me. But we just don't need you to pretend that you know, you got a free membership and then you come in here and start bitching. What a hypocrite. It has to be counterproductive? What does that mean? Yeah, no, I mean, we made the goal and everything tonight because some of you were really generous, and God, we sort of just made it. But yeah, it's, the fact is, I mean, we've seen it. We've done little experiments lately, and, you know, it just is what it is. Well, it's just weird, sometimes you know, they come in here, great, what's going on? How come you're not doing, you know, that one earlier today when we first started the show, they said, I thought you read the comments, you know, and they just started getting, like, belligerent. And I'm doing a show, for God's sakes. I'm you know. Trolls, nope. Bye. Yeah. Now we're on 32. Got to go up to like 70. This one should probably work. I got rid of all the files that were in the previous folder, so this should work. I think this is going to look pretty sweet. I'm going to actually try to do sound effects too, like walking on a creaky woody floor, have some sounds, you know, and maybe I'll even put in the actual sound that came from the, you know, the documentary. The worst is when it's the trolls. They get the free membership, and they didn't even realize that they got the free one. And it's obvious, right, when they, like, the moment they make their first comment, it's always some crappy comment, and it just sticks out like a sore thumb. Nobody who purchases a membership within 5 minutes goes off on a tangent, you know. I don't know, they do it to my channel a lot though, Julie. See, people don't like, a lot of times they don't like my channel because, yes, on my show, I try to ask people for the support every single night because I know what it takes to do the whole month so that at the end of the month, we can give thousands of dollars away. If we don't have that element, then I'd still probably sometimes, make sure like, hey, you guys support the channel, but then there's a certain point where I need to have the money to sustain the channel, right? But my channel's donated $242,000, which is about $242,000 more than the clown and the UK guy combined, but nobody seems to ever care about that. All right, let's see. And they don't like it. Now, the thing is you don't have to help support the channel. I mean, nobody's required to do anything. I just hope people want to because they see what we do here. That's all they do, man. There's actual full YouTube channels, and I'm the only person that they attack on YouTube. Like, there's a whole YouTube channel that attacks me over and over and over again, and it's crazy. These people are insane. It's almost like they want to get rid of the only channel who is literally out there making a massive difference in terms of even like the financial support for various places and, affecting a change. They don't like it because it makes their people look so bad comparatively. So they just, I don't know what it's born out of. It's just very odd. Yeah, and the clown is a clown. There's two guys, the UK guy and the clown. They're just absolute embarrassing people. You know how you know when somebody is not telling you the truth? Is when they have a completely different theory week after week after week. And I don't mean like on an element of a case. I mean the entire case is a different theory. Hey, thanks. I love Jesus. I said it again. Yeah. Tried to search you on X and found one of those. Yeah. That's all they do. Yeah, that's all they do. One of them's there. That's based on there was a moderator that used to be a moderator here. And I gave her a choice. She wanted to be a moderator on a competitor's true crime channel at the same time. And I'm just not going to, like the live stream, this person would do the live streams at the same time. This preacher guy that was just horrendous. And she wanted to do that, and I said, well, you can choose either there or here. And she goes, I don't think I should have to make it. I don't want to, okay, well, then you're not going to be one here. And ever since that day, she's been on a vendetta, creating these little groups and different people and stoking the flames of hate. And it's just created an absolute, just a shitty environment, And that's just the way it is. And that's what has put me in a position where I have to sometimes, like, it used to be where I didn't ever have to even ask on the channel, like, hey, everybody, if you could help support the channel. And I don't know, a lot of the people, it just, I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it. It's not cool, though. Yeah, that dumbass Plato. Jeez, what a stupid... Yikes. She even has a restraining or a cease and desist order, but it doesn't do anything to her. You see her in all the chats still saying this and that and the other things. Unbelievable. I had to actually get an attorney because she's so cuckoo, like absolute bonkers. Let's see. Which one's the clown? The clown is the guy that actually dresses up as a clown. I mean, what do you mean? That's the answer. There's an actual clown on YouTube who dresses up as a clown and demands you guys to believe what they're saying. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, have you ever heard anything like that? I mean, my God. What's this doing? I don't want you to do that. I don't need you to locate anything. I just want to import in. Here we go. Put this over here. Alright, so I wanted to time it where, so this person's in the room and then they turn, and then just as their head's about to turn like that, so that would be like right there, right? So that I remove that part, slide that over, and it would look like this, watch. Isn't that awesome? Look at that. Boom! Right as they're turning, and then ding. Okay, so now I gotta fix number 5. Come on, just be right. I don't know if I was saving it. There it is. Look at it. Hardware 2. I think I'm going to go... Oh, it shows up? No, that's not going to be. That's the old one. I'm going to go... I got it right here. Okay. Oh, look at it. Fix some of those and continue and... Oh, that's right. That's right. It was the same one. I just put the camera in the other room. Okay. That's right. So then I take this. It's going to be different now because I'm not going to have the exact spot, but I could put this in here, rotate it around. See, that's from the other side. And I'll take that same light. I like that little, I take the light with it and don't put, I used to have it right behind the camera, but it made the shadow look weird. So I'll put it like over here. And then let me fix the, looks like it's rotated a little bit. This should be 90, is that right? No, not that one. This should be 90. Get rid of the animation on it. Alright, then now I'll animate it. The auto key on, the camera. I'll start the camera off a little bit further back. Maybe like right there, slightly. Then, looking through the camera, seems like I was kind of, let me see what that looked like before. Yeah, I like that shot better, over the bed like that. What do you guys think? Now you think that looks kind of cool? Hey, thanks, Mark Willis. Nobody else is doing this. Great work, Gray. I'm on vacation now, so I might be able to catch a few lives. Hey, cool, man. Hey, guess what? I have my Old Town PDL 106. And I've figured, I got this way where I've got like a pulley system and like a winch where, you know, like I can, it sits up and then I can just set it on top of my car. You know, so there's not a lot of lifting other than taking it off to go fishing and putting it back on. And I've learned how to strap the top of a kayak in about 2 minutes now, less than that. It's pretty crazy. It's so easy, but if you don't know how to do it, it takes forever. You're just sitting there going, wait a minute, God. But knowing how to do it, it's the craziest thing in the world. You just throw it over, and then while it's thrown over, even on the same side that you're still on, you threw over the buckle. Then you slide the other end underneath the car rack, and then you throw that end over with the buckle, go over to the other side, put the non-buckle side underneath the car rack again, and then put it through the buckle, tighten, goodbye. Now on to the next one. Yeah. It used to take forever. I'd sit there and go like 20 minutes or something. It was just, I had no clue how to do it. Yeah, so that one's 5. And let's see. All right, so I got it. This should work. Let me see. What do I have in that folder though? 5. I have it go from 0 to 79. And here we go. So this is the other side. Yeah, no, I think even the bigger ones, it's crazy, Mark. You get one of those PDL ones, they have the pedals, and they go 4 miles an hour pedaling. It's crazy. So you get an exercise. I don't know. I bet you'd have a pretty good time catching those bass in one of those. Oh, yeah? He must not have tied it down very good. Tamran. Hello, Ivan Victor. Oh, I'm just fixing. I had this whole sequence set up, but the hardwood floor disappeared again off the freaking. I got Dylan Mortensen in her room now, but I have all these. I have other animations too for Dylan Mortensen, so I'll be able to. I think I already have those as well, like 1, 2, and 3. Instead of right now I'm on 5. I gotta. Let's see. Let me. I'll see where I am after this. Feels like way longer. 22 months. Well, thanks anyways for the 22 months. I bet it's been longer. You probably didn't. Maybe you didn't sign up right away. Seems like you've been around for years. Well, that is almost years. It's almost 2. Hey, look at that. Mark Willis just gifted 5 memberships. Very cool. Desiree Crossing, Enlighten Me, Molly Pop Rocks, Judy Jack, and Lori G. We're on 17 out of 79. But isn't it cool how these programs work? I mean, it's just, you build the model, you set up the lighting system, and, you know, the way I'm doing it is that there's this Miximo. If you have an Adobe account, you can actually download some, you know, FBX files. I think it's FBX. Yeah. And sort of like a packaged movement object. But also over there, you can actually upload just a T-posed raw 3D model with no bone structure at all, and it'll put the bone structure in there for you. Yeah, that's a pretty big fish he's got there. Isn't that a smallmouth you said too? It's probably like a 5-pounder, I would imagine. Whoa, look at that. Ivan Victor gifted 10 memberships. Holy crap. Man, I wish you guys, when I was covering the other cases, we were doing this. Because then I'd feel like, okay, cool, we could, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, M10? Like, it would have been neat if we had all this going on during that. The Ted Bundy case. Not that it's Ted Bundy, but maybe. Thanks, Ivan Victor. It's a largemouth. Oh, is that a new one? Didn't you used to have a smallmouth? Out of Alder Lake, just south of Mount Rainier. Oh, really? Wow, 8 pounds. Holy crap. What'd you catch it with? Eight-pound largemouth. You told me that once before, right? Or is that a different fish? Oh, okay. Yeah, you used to have a huge smallmouth on there. That 8 pounds is like, you know, you're getting close to like mounting size at that point. I think the biggest one I ever caught is 5 pounds. And I was much younger. And I was just doing the Texas rig. I was pretty good at doing that. Oh, you actually used a jerkbait, like a, it looked like a small trout or something, right? There's this black guy on YouTube. I forgot his name, but I subscribed to his channel. I just started watching him, so I don't remember his name. But all he does is use those, like 8-inch long trout or fish looking lures, you know, that kind of move in the water, and he just catches the most ridiculously huge fish. It's unbelievable. It's just that's all he fishes for, though. So he might only catch 3 fish or 2 fish in a day, but they're massive, gigantic. Going to point, I think it's going to be the lime green Elantra guy, Wonder Woman. That's who I think, because that's all the rage in the crazy true crime community right now, in the pro burger crowd. That's right. Ivan's always talking about that muskie fishing. That does look pretty cool, you know. Yeah, I like the sunfish one. I used to love I love catching like crappie and bluegill and stuff for eating. I like eating those. I feel weird keeping a bass, though. It's like those are kind of more of a sport. But I caught a 17-inch crappie one time when I was a kid in Lake Oswego. I mean, 17-inch crappie is so big. Usually they're like 7 or 8 inches, you know, or 10 maybe. But man, this thing was 17 inches. Didn't even fit in the bucket. It was gigantic. Yeah, I don't watch the pro burgers either. I just hear about them. And then I watched a little bit of one regarding the lime green Elantra. They present it slickly, like, so the people watching think, oh my God, they're really onto something. And they're just not, so. Yeah, I think it weighed like a couple pounds. It was huge. I mean, absolutely gigantic. And it's so weird because I'm just sitting there catching smaller ones, and all of a sudden this huge thing, and I see it in the water, and I think it was, I can't remember which one's bigger, the black or white crappie. Yeah, there's a lime green Elantra. Okay, here's the story on the lime green Elantra. Some guy, he lives in the complex, has a lime green Elantra. I don't think I need to render this anymore because he has a lime green Elantra, and he lives there. I mean, he lives in the complex. He's got a lime green Elantra, and it's missing a front license plate, but apparently, and I looked it up, it sounds valid that lime green, the color lime green can appear white on a surveillance camera, okay? But then you ask yourself, why would somebody who lives in the apartment complex drive all around in circles when he could just walk 100 feet to the house and do what he did? And they say, well, he's a drug dealer. Well, why is he doing that? Why? I mean, he could just walk over again. So their story doesn't make any sense, you know? It's ludicrous, really. And then they were saying that the white green Elantra was the one on the Ridge Road camera that showed it missing a front license plate. Okay, but then, I don't know, when I was watching, it said, well, there's a red light there, so it's not a night vision camera. That's a white car. So they've thrown that one out now, and they start, well, okay, well, that might have been Coburgers, but the other one, okay. All right, so now we got the hardwood floor back in, I think, right there. Right there. You know, I think there's this tool on here. I hardly ever use it, but is it this one? Slip tool? Can I just... Oh, no. See, there you go. Like that. That's a little off. So I'm going to do it right when they're still looking back slightly. So it'd be more like that. Yeah, there you go. What do you think of that? Right there, that part. So we got the hardwood floors back in here. And it looks like I've got to fix... Yeah, look at that. So that's where I'm going to have a... see, right in this sequence, so he goes to the door to open it. And then I'm going to cut right over, right now, back over to more fighting. And then this, you know, because I don't show her step out. So if there's fighting, then you just assume she stepped out to be like, hey, what is that? What is that? What is that? Right? And then it's back here because I don't have anything where she's backing up. So I take another clip and it looks like, okay, that easily could be that. And then, you see that? Like, that's just editing right there. I think that's pretty good. So that's number 4. Let me save this one now so I make sure I still have that. And then 4. It is pretty cool, isn't it? If Denver pulls off the upset tomorrow, I'll cash a 4-figure bet slip. Really? See them prevailing, but I got 770 odds when they were down 3 games to 2. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I mean, the thing is I think the team that they're playing is the best team in the NBA. Their record shows it, too. 68 wins? I mean, give me a break. Yeah, so that's that one. How are we doing with the texture, though? Oh, yeah, the hardwood floors is in there now. That's cool. Alright, that doesn't look like the same one. Yeah, see, I have a different one. Darn it. But what's really cool is you can just import that in. So I think I have that still. Import, and then it was Dylan. Closing, opening, I think it's just opening here. I hit the open, this one, and then right here it says update animation. So then I think it should just change just her animation. I think that's the one. Yep. So I think that's the one there. This one might take a while to figure out. I remember how it was kind of hard. Let's see what we have here. Oh yeah, okay, I think that's the right one. I mean, it doesn't really grab the door, it just has to be in the right area. See? Because you can't see it anyways. 134. God, where the hell is it? Oh, right there. Yep, got it at 134 already, and it's not 3. Oh, that is 3. Oh, oops. I think that other one was the right one. That was just... Yeah, that's 3. Oops, I saved over the other one's easy though. Alright, let's see. So this is now... That does go over 3. That's good. This is supposed to be on number 3 though. I saved it over 4. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Wait, where do I have it? Yeah, it's a little bit more over the left. I like that one better. Plus she kind of comes in over it from that side. There we go. Is the camera good? Yep. This is 3. I got to go back and do 4 again now. Yep, sat down in the chair to rest. Well, we don't know if he sat to rest. That's what they say on the show. Now, one interesting thing was they said that the... See, we just had that the phone ping near Blaine, Idaho. But they have it where it pings west of Blaine, Idaho. Which is different. Than what I had. See, the thing is, it pinged west of Blaine. That means it's over here. And there's a cell tower right there. So I think they know it drove by at 4:48 right here. In this area. But where was it in that 16 minutes of missing time? That's what I want to know. Good luck, Ivan. Stay away, man. Sean Kemp of the Sonics, huh? Well, you should have liked Jerome Kersey then from the Blazers. That guy was absolutely... That's older, a different, few years before that. But, man, that guy was... I mean, he never quit on any play. Hardest dunker you've ever seen. And Magic Johnson one time said the most revered player that is Jerome Kersey. Like, he just literally was. You know what I hate about the younger crowd of people that cover sports? They think they just know every damn thing, and they're just so shitty to listen to, and they're so pessimistic, and all they care about is, lottery positions. What a joke these people are. Look what happens. I mean, you go for a lottery pick, and like you spend the whole year losing so you can get like more ping pong ball. It's just stupid, unbelievable. And they never know about any of these other younger, players from the past to even have a conversation. Hiding weapon during missing time. Yeah. That's what we've all said. That during the missing time, he's hiding the weapon. But we just want to know where, what was he doing, I mean, he leads at highway speed, but then doesn't show up to Blaine when he should. He's 16 minutes late. Well, Gray, that's because it's not Koberger. He just happened to be in the area, Gray. Gray. I think my voice is cracking now from doing that damn voice. Yeah, the NBA needs to change it. Why don't they just rotate who gets the top pick every year? Now, that would be kind of dumb, too, because then players might not enter the draft. Oh, that team's going to get it? Ah, screw it. Oh, yeah, he's talking to the lime green Elantra guy. There you go. They were having an Elantra party late at night. Missing a front license plate Elantra party. Because the lime green Elantra looked like it was missing its plate in December of 2023. Yeah, no, it's amazing. Their brains. I don't know. That's why I feel like it's literally a cult. Because every day there's a new story, a new way to make things seem okay. And they all just believe it there is nothing. I mean, let's see what happens with their third-party suspect, but I feel like the judge is going to just shut it down immediately, because they're not going to have a nexus. There won't be anything that connects anybody else to the crime. My dad loves baseball. Really? That's funny, Babs. Our local sportscaster is a female who wears skirts and dresses so short, like Micro and Tada's hanging out, and wants to be taken seriously about sports talk. Really? Right, well, that's the thing. That's why I always think it's so stupid when you've got these women, sometimes they work somewhere and they wear these low-cut dresses and all this tight stuff, and a guy looks at them and then they go to HR and complain. Well, what were you doing wearing that? I mean, obviously you wore that so people would look at you, right? But he just wasn't the right person, or like what? What's your really strange stuff? Not for TV sports. Dudes don't take her seriously. Yeah, it sucks. I have to redo this part. I listened to the special again today. Or watched it. I can watch it on Peacock streaming. No, it doesn't sound like that. It doesn't sound like that. Go Beach Escort. I know people want it to sound like a lot of stuff. They zoom in on, like make the volume get really high and try to listen in, and and then they go, ooh, I hear something. It's just the same way as those spirit boxes. Same type of thing. You claim, somebody will tell you they hear something, and then you go, oh, I hear it too, and then it's not there. We've all listened to it 1,000 times. Well, just because you couldn't hear it. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. Ethan, someone's here. Oh boy. Oh, you're talking about the footage that was on that documentary. Yeah. It doesn't say that at all. That happened way before that. I think Pete Rose should have been in the Hall of Fame regardless. That's stupid. He never bet against his team. I think that should matter a lot. Like, who cares if you coach harder for your team to win? Oh yeah, that's spirit boxes. I'm telling you, let's see. Stupid. Gilligan, little buddy. There's somebody here. There's somebody out there. There's somebody out there. Do you hear that? It said there's somebody. It said there's somebody out there. Do you hear? Listen. Stupid. There's somebody out there. Do you hear that? Gilligan, little buddy. Alti Hamaker was a very underrated pitcher. I've never heard of that person. But man, that Kent to Colby, boy, that guy could. Yeah. I mean, Pete Rose was a great player. I mean, who had, give it to him on his playing. I just think they're just doing it because they don't like him for some reason. Somebody had an argument. I think it's ludicrous that he's not in the Hall of Fame. It's stupid. Let's not put Wilt in there because he said, ban on Shoeless Joe Jackson. Oh, there's probably a reason for that. Quiet, and I jumped. when I played the Spirit Box. We're on 90. This thing goes up to like 130 something. Oh, yeah. Well, were you nice to him when you were 11? You grew up at Candlestick Park. Awesome. I think I'm gonna do correct the other one after this, and then I'll call it a night. Probably. Man, I've already been on here for 3 hours and 17 minutes. That's crazy. Time flies, huh? Those trolls really make time fly, I tell you. I always think of the earthquake when I hear a candlestick. Yeah, it was weird that one during that baseball game. I think it was Al Michaels was calling that. Yeah. I don't know. They just stole the videos. It's easy to get the projectors. They stole, not the video, the films of us when we're babies playing. And how cool would that be to watch? But we don't get to see it. Oh, that's cool, M10. Alright, we're at 111. This is Dylan looking out the door. I don't know, I think they're almost the same. Especially YouTubers that are liars. Aren't they really thieves? Because they're getting ad revenue and super chats and everything all based on lies. They're stealing. He told me the ground rolled like it was water. Like they'll tell you all this fake stuff about a case so that they get views and subs. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I thought it was Coco Cabana, but it's Copa. I mean, I can't even say it right because I don't give a damn what the name of that song is. Copa Cabana. Oh wait, what was that other one? Oh yeah, I always forgot to play this one. This one's good. Remember that one? I forget this one a lot. This one's really good though. Remember that one? Oh yeah. Hey, Wonder Woman, 30 months. Thank you. This is Kevin McLeod again, you guys. He does all these. Hey, thanks for being a Megazoid, Wonder Woman. Oh yeah. Alright, looks like it got through that. Oh, look, it's got the hardwood floor there now. Alright, that's the one I gotta fix. 4. Thanks, Mark Willis. That one's, I kind of like that one. I'll do it on a different one, I guess. I don't know why I should be looking behind her though. It's kind of. Is that what they're doing in this one? That looks alright. Just kind of like they're looking in all directions. What do you guys think? just different. Like his feet are different. It's like a different animation, doesn't it? Oh, it keeps going. Oh yeah, no, that's right. See how long it takes? Nobody did it. Nobody did it with you, Mark. Yeah. Thanks, though. Thanks for the effort. Okay, I'll try that. Yeah, it is. It just takes forever. And you got to make it. I don't like to do it where it sucks. You know, you look at it and you go, that's. So I'll just spend hours and hours and hours on it. Thanks, Heather N. Hey, we'll count that one, Mark. Heather N. There. But we made the goal and everything earlier, so don't worry about it. I like this music. I guess the other one I like is this one right here. It was so weird. It was just like this thing off of like a key generator from like 20 something years ago, and I just always liked it so much that I recorded it. It's my Art Bell imitation. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning as the case may be. Actually, I would say, from the green forests of the Pacific Northwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning as the case may be. Legs look wider. So weird. I don't get it. Here, I'm gonna try it. Maybe this one's better. Bum 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 bum. I guess that's the one. It just the feet seem wider for some reason. I don't know why it's like that. Kind of an addictive song. I can listen to it over and over and over. See, I don't know what this one here with the feet close together like that. I don't know, man. It seems to be doing the same thing in the upper body. I don't know how the feet got like that though. Really weird. No, I'm not learning any extra. What's addicting is trying to get it to work right. Yeah, what's going on here? It's totally different. The feet. What's this idol do? Oh, maybe that's the one. That looks better. The feet do. Oh, there it is right there. What the hell? That's crazy. Yeah, it's not as wide as the other one. Strange, it almost looks exactly the same, but it's not. I don't know, it sort of does kind of look like the other one. I don't know. Looks like that. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. There we go. I think this is I don't know if I set it up. Alright, it's just gonna render now. So what's going on, freaks? Anyways, I don't have to keep you guys on here. I'm just, you know, this is what I'd be doing if I wasn't on the show. I've been using this program for like 20-something years. I don't know. I mean, there's like 99% of it I don't know how to use. It's so, you know, you can make movies and stuff with this. I just know what I need to know to be able to do these kinds of things. You know, there's all kinds of different stuff you can do, like physics. You can have cloth that sort of falls on top of something, and you know, that kind of thing. But don't really need that. Anyways, I think I'm gonna get out of here. Not a lot of people are chatting anymore, and a lot of people have left. But anyways, thank you guys for helping or making the goal tonight. Appreciate it. Let's see, it's like as soon as we got off the cold case, we did better. It was amazing. Alley Cake, thank you. Kimberly, Gabaldon, Sandy Shirley, Deidre Gambrel, Cam Hart, Alley Cake gifted a membership, then M10, then Jeepers, Vicky White, Michelle H, then Mrs. W, then Wise Child, Christy B, K Me gifted a membership, then Deidre Gambrel, then Alley Cake, then we started picking it up, M10, and then Tom Pascal. We went over the LePage case he mentioned. And then Richard Watts, then Alley Cake, Deidre Gambrel, I Love Jesus, Timothy Cecil, and then I Love Jesus did a Cat Eye, then Forgetful Mandy did 5 memberships, Aaron Bremer, M10 gifted 5, then Deborah Tro gifted 1, then I gifted 5, then Forgetful Mandy, Let It Be 77, then Lanky Tor gifted 5, I Love Jesus gifted 5, then Mark Willis sent a super chat in, then Mark Willis, been here 22 months, then he gifted 5 memberships, then Ivan Victor gifted 10 memberships, then I Love Jesus again, and then Wonder Woman 30 months, Mark Willis tried for a $2 hauler, I think then he did his own $2 hauler for himself. And then, because nobody followed for some reason, then Heather N, then Ivan Victor right there at the buzzer. Look at that, huh? Anyways, I hope you guys find this stuff sort of interesting. It's cool how you see it put together, though, right? Like, when you're just looking at this whole thing here, you know, just like there's the battle, and then we've got Dylan's going to be looking out of her door. Hey, what's going on? And then she goes back in the room, shuts the door, and then I'll probably go back to battling going on upstairs. And then right after the battling upstairs, we're going to have Xana Kernodle heading off to the kitchen. And then she'll be in the kitchen, and then I'll have her sort of be alerted to a sound, and then she'll go upstairs, look into the room, and see somebody. And then she's going to turn around kind of quickly and go down the stairs and go, hey, there's somebody here. And then maybe like when she's halfway down the stairs, I'll start having Koberger following. And then, then it gets kind of crazy from there. Then it'll do the same sort of attack montage in the room, etc., etc., etc. I think it'll look pretty sweet when it's done. Oh, there you go. Babs beat that one. Well, he didn't beat it. He was just trying to get people to join in. I mean, he caught an 8-pound bass, for God's sakes. You guys should. Yeah. But I think it'll be pretty, it'll be really cool because it'll match what the Dateline said, at least. And then I can always go back and do whatever the hell I want. I can make more, do it a different order. It takes a little bit of time, but I have the files there right now. So the only thing is you just import the other animation and then render it from a different angle, and you edit the timing and stuff if things change, So, anyways, I'm kind of excited to see it myself. It's going to take a while, though. Probably a couple more weeks for sure. Yeah, I mean, Dateline, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I think one of their producers probably watched what we do over here. And they made almost a replica of one of the 7-minute video that I made. It's almost exactly the same. How they have the camera running down the stairs, and Only thing is I had Ethan Chapin there because we didn't know anything about anything at the time. As I did mine about a year and a half ago. And by the way, they do that. The producers watch different shows and then they make their own version of the same stuff if they think it's interesting. They even tell me something like when I'm on these shows, they go, "Oh yeah, we watch you all the time," and then I watch something and I go, "Oh, wow, that looks exactly like what you saw when you watched me every single time." Yeah, it's pretty wild, pretty crazy. And there's YouTubers that literally just steal your stuff and pretend that concepts, and especially, but also when I do these animations, they just take it and pretend that they came up with it, or they go, "Hey, look," and they give they try to give you credit on sort of backhandedly, like, "Oh yeah, this one guy," and they're the one that gets all the views for your work, and it's it's just garbage. These people are sick. You can tell I'm a little bit jaded by the whole thing. I used to be a little bit more just sort of, happy in the space. But now over the last, 6 years or so, it's just filled with garbage people, people, not even just the YouTubers. I'm talking about even some of the people watching. They're just mindless drones who just follow along. It's crazy times. Yeah, well, they do that, Babs. They do that. Yeah, no, it's my channel is a true crime channel. The other ones, can you really call them true crime when they're putting out untrue information? I guess the answer is no to that. At least you'd think. I don't know if the word jade. I just feel like a lot of times I'm just sort of down about the community, So, but I'm still here. I'm still trying to plug away, Like earlier in the show, I'm just feeling down. I feel like, when the channel's struggling so much on a topic that just happens to not be popular, it seems weird. But I mean, I guess it's just kind of normal when people are watching something that they're not as enthusiastic about. Why would they want to support a channel when it didn't used to be that way, though? It used to be just whatever we did, it was just part of the community. Everybody knew what we were, they wanted to keep my channel alive, plus we give away a ton, so, that's what it used to be. Everybody kind of knew what that was. Now it seems like I got to make a concentrated effort to put out just the popular stuff. And right now, the only thing that I'm, I'm really interested in the Idaho 4K. So for me, it's not weird, I didn't used to, there's been a few cases over the years where I cover the same case for a while. You know, this is one that's really like crazy. I think it's really interesting to me, just because I think Brian Koberger is a unique type of, you know, he's, you know, when I say unique, I mean he is. We don't see this type of a killer very often in our lifetimes. Like when we're just literally, like he's a serial killer. He was just starting off being one. That's what he was going to be. He has no connection to anybody at all. He just went there to kill, and it was a horrendous crime. And it just makes it more interesting. Like, wow, this is nuts. It's not, there's no motive that you can come up with because there isn't one. Other than he just hated maybe women or something. So I like covering it. But I also wish, like, oh, I could go cover this other case for 3 days and the channel would do just as good. But I guess it's sort of like being at a restaurant, right? And you're serving, let's see, like to use my food truck analogy, we'll just say a restaurant. And you're doing prime rib for 4 days straight and everybody's like, oh man, this is awesome. Hell yeah, I could eat this every day. And then one day you say, well, let's try some tuna salad. Well, you know, maybe people aren't willing to pay for the tuna salad. Or, you know, tip as well, because they didn't like it. So maybe that's what the deal is, you know. Tuna salad, yeah. You know what's really good, you guys? You got to try peanut butter, honey, and banana sandwich. That's good shit right there. Okay, so it's rendering right now, right? It's got to be, it's done some updates, I'm sure. Alright, so look at it, it's done that much so far. Sweet. It looks totally normal. Wait, why is it cut off like that? What's going on here? Oh yeah, from the back. Isn't that a great edit right there? Just don't take the bananas on. Yeah, leave it in the little cubby hole for 6 months. What was that one? I don't remember what that, what one was that? Dylan 690. That was the last one of that? Oh, okay, maybe I don't need that now because I rendered it out. I have these other ones that I did earlier. Let's see. See that? That was different. See, I'm going to just use these on other parts, but now I have to re-render them. See how there's no wood? But maybe I could do this one later, like, hey, what's going on? You know, like. And this is the other one. See, these are other clips that I have. I thought that one was pretty cool. That was a different angle, that other shot. That's from the living room. But I'll just use these at different times. So I've got that one, and then how about this one here? And this one, she turns around and starts walking. I think that's similar to that one. Let's see what the, yeah, and then I got 3. So those are just other times. I could use those on other But I have to redo those, so. Yeah, pickles and peanut butter is good. Peanut butter is pretty good. Bacon and peanut butter and bacon sandwich. But again, what doesn't taste good with bacon? Hey, good night, Lanky Tor. Thank you. Oh yeah, and by the way, let me say thanks to the we had Bonnie. We had coffees earlier. So we had Bonnie, and then we had Ju, and then Elena H. And I think that's it. Yeah, so there you go. Thank you. Forgot to say thanks on those. Oh, man. Anyways, I think I'll just get off of here and I'll just kind of keep... you want me to just wait till this one's done? Just to have the full look? We're on 62. I think it goes up to 200 and something. What do you keep laughing at? Are you drunk, BMS? Okay. I could eat my weight in bacon. Or shrimp. Right, exactly. Thanks, Ivan Victor. Should I be rooting for you for Denver to win tomorrow? I kind of want it's OKC, right? Not, yeah, it's OKC, right? Yeah, I kind of want them to win. I think they should win the whole thing. I don't care if you are drunk. I wish I was drunk right now. I could have just been blasting away Jim Beam. Yeah, Ivan is generous. That's right, Lisa Valenzuela. Like, if bacon was healthy, that's all I would ever eat. Yeah, what food, let me ask you this, what food would you guys eat if it was healthy? You would eat it every single day. And I as a matter of fact, forget if it's just a regular food. You know, you could say ding dong, Twinkie, you know, whatever. Yeah, like I could eat prime rib every second. I mean, that's good stuff. And I like the fat on the edges, you know, like the marbly fat on the edge. Oh man, that's the Skittles, huh? How about those sour gummies? Okay, get one last one. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Peach cobbler, huh? I'd probably just do like chocolate, like some chocolate cake. You know, it's just a perfect chocolate cake. You just could eat like a whole cake every day and it'd be okay, you know. Filet mignon with loaded baked potatoes and green beans fresh. Why'd you have to put fresh in there? Man, you sound like you're writing a menu or something. Hey, try this next time. I've said this before on the show, but next time you go to a restaurant and they say to you, you know when you get your salad and it's a nicer restaurant and they bring over the little pepper, the grinder, and they say, would you like some fresh ground pepper? Look straight at his face with a straight face, and say, no, but I'd like day old if you got it. And see how their reaction is. Would you like some fresh ground pepper? No, but day old would be great. I think that would really freak them out a little bit. Try it. Let's see what happens. All right. And the other one I say is when you go into a clothing store and the lady says, can I help you today? And you go, no, but tomorrow I think it would be just great. And let's see what their reaction is. All right, let's start doing. Let's not let people get away with this crazy. I'd rather have more meat than dessert. That would be cool, but dessert tastes good, so if it wasn't bad for you, it was actually really healthy. Wouldn't that be great? You guys didn't like the maybe tomorrow? Would you like the from fresh Parmesan? No, a month old would be fine. Task worker who's short. You know what's funny? One day I was in here. You know that when it says, when you're driving down the road and it says end road work. And I thought, wouldn't that be funny if people got together and picketed outside, like next to a sign, and went, end road work. Yes, I agree. But the sign is just, and road work is ending right here. It's just the dumbest sign in the world. And then I went on to YouTube and there it was, man. These little college kids were out there with picket signs, standing around the end road work sign. And there's another sign. It says, slow children. It says, slow children. And I'm thinking, man, that's the rudest sign in the world. You're calling all the kids in the neighborhood slow? That's ridiculous. Slow children? My God. Move here, everybody. We've got slow children. That sign should be banned. How dare they put that in there? Yeah, he was funny, George Carlin. His was always stuff like that, like normal, everyday things that are just like, what the hell? Or when it says, road, what is it? Lane ends. And they have this thing, they should just have a brick wall. Like just a, there's no merging or anything. No bushy eyebrows sign over the King Road. And they should have had one. Oh, I think that one must have popped back in. I'm not sure I need all of this because I don't use it. Let's see. Oh wait, no, was that 200? That was 200 and something. Yeah, that's already good. Alright, so this is, I'm adding more fighting stuff to this, but here it is, right here. I'm gonna have a fight in between that. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's like a freaking movie. Yeah. Yeah, so in between this one here and this one, I'm having more fighting. So then you don't have to see, like, okay, now she's in this position, right? Because right there, she's not in that position. A straight cut, she should be in the same position. But if I add some more fighting, you can just assume, oh, she stepped forward, and, you know, your mind doesn't care, you know. And so, and then after this, there's going to be more fighting upstairs. Then she comes out, and then she's going to go to the kitchen, right, when she goes around this corner here. There you go. All right, you guys. There you have it. There you have it, everybody. You freaks got to watch the amazing. It's like being at the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You got to see the making of the gobstopper. You know, that beautiful gobstopper that... what the hell's going on with my... like looking down at my face. The gobstopper was... what was it, Charlie? Now Charlie, he sets the gobstopper down on the table at the end, and Mr. Wonka said, "Well, see, well, I think what the message is all the kids were told to steal the gobstopper and give it to Mr. Slugworth. All right, and then at the end, that was really the test of all the kids, and none of the kids said anything. At the very end, even though Mr. Wonka was rude and kicked them out for drinking the fizzy lifting drink, they got kicked out, and then Grandpa Joe even told Charlie, if Mr. Slugworth wants a gobstopper, we're gonna give him one. And then Charlie turned around with a sad face, walked over to Mr. Wonka, and set the gobstopper down on the table next to Mr. Wonka. Then Mr. Wonka grabs it with his left hand and says, "And so shines a good deed in a weary world." And that was it, man. He passed the test, Charlie. Oh, jeez. Man, I'm going to have this pointing at the ceiling next time. Anyways, you guys still here? Who's here? We only got like 100 people here, I thought. They always miss the good stuff, you know? What are we at now? We're at 198. Not too bad, I guess. Anyways, thank you guys so much for making it a, you know, after, I don't know what the deal was at the beginning of the show when we were covering the other case, but at least later, you know, we picked it up. Reached the goal. We're still on track. I want, yeah, geeses. I want a golden, what was it? That was Veruca's Salt that wanted the golden geese. Yeah, you had Mike TV, Mike TV reminds me of Ivan for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm just kidding. Ivan, you had Mike TV. You had Violet Beauregard, Veruca Salt, Charlie, and let's see, Mike TV, Charlie, Veruca Salt, and Augustus Galloop. Augustus Galloop. He's the one that drank the put his hand in the hot chocolate that should never be touched with. It wasn't hot chocolate. It was just the chocolate that they use at the factory. It should never be touched by human hands, and he fell into the damn thing and got sucked up a pipe. Okay. Then the next victim was Violet Beauregard, who ate I can't remember the name of the thing. It was a full course meal though, that you could taste all the, like tomato soup, etc., etc., etc. But they just hadn't got the dessert right, so she ate the. When I got to the dessert, it was a blueberry pie, and she could taste it, but then she started turning blue, and that's when her father said, "You're turning violet, Violet." Oh, there. That's what Heather N just said. And then the next one was. They didn't get. I don't think they didn't. Nothing happened to them, but it was Charlie and Grandpa Joe did the fizzy lifting drink and were going up, and they started getting so high that these propellers were about to kill them. And then they found out that burping makes them go back down to the ground, but the drink itself made them float up in the sky. And then they caught up to Veruca Salt in the room with the golden geeses, and then she gets up there doing a little song, "I want it now," that kind of crap. And then she goes up on there, and she was determined to be bad egg and shot down. And then her father actually ran after and chased, so they both got way down into the garbage chute. And now it was just Mike TV and Charlie left. And then Mike TV, when Mr. Wonka said, "Hey, we've developed this thing where you make this huge bar of chocolate, and then we can send it over the TV waves and make this little tiny chocolate bar that you can grab out of a television set." So Charlie goes, "Let me do it." And Mr. Wonka is like, "No, don't. No, don't do it." And that, he got turned into this little kid, and they had to use the taffy pulling machine to stretch him back out again. And then that was it, And that's what we get to the moment where Charlie gives back the everlasting gobstopper. Isn't that amazing that I know that whole story? Because I've watched it like 1,000 times. I don't know what it is about that show. I think the part that always gets me the most, though, is I've said this 100 times on the show, but I want you to hear it too. How lazy Grandpa Joe was. I mean, this guy. I mean, if this story was today, it wouldn't even make it on in the movies because there'd be a contingent of people out there that were protesting it. Because you've got this lady just working her ass off and 4 adults laying in a bed for 20 years. And all it was one damn chocolate golden ticket, and all of a sudden Grandpa Joe jumps up and he looks like Carl Lewis. I mean, he is he's able to, he's like Fred Astaire and Carl Lewis combined, for God's sakes. I mean, he's dancing around, and then you say to yourself, Grandpa Joe, you probably could have been helping out over these last 20 years, right? Because if you jump out of bed just because of a golden ticket, I think you probably could have got out of bed just to help out around the house a little bit, Grandpa Joe. All right, now there was a second group that was much older, but I think Grandpa Joe was holding out. And there should have been a lot more development of that part of the story, even though it would have ruined the entire movie. Oh yeah, the little slow walk with the little cane, and then he does the little flip. Yeah. Sweet. Oh, come on, you can watch it again, Lisa Valenzuela. It's awesome. When you were a kid, it could freak you out, but it wouldn't now. I think you'd like it now. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out here and listening to my stupid stories. Appreciate it. See you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a
Not even
flag projector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I'm a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda. I'm a pretender,
You're not very
and I'll
nice.
serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody. Oh man, my throat's all messed up. All right, see you guys. Thank you, and thanks all for your generosity. I appreciate it.